So, Hildy, how you like serving at the big table in the big house, huh?
When Monsieur Candy talk to you, you answers.
I like it a lot, Monsieur Candy.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot better than sizzling that hot box or dragging your ass through a bramble bush. Maybe it's not quite as much fun as getting to pleasure all them mandingos, huh, Sugar Bear?
Oh, she like them niggas.
Like Samson, huh?
You know, Monsieur Candy, the doctor here might be interested in seeing Hildy's peeled back, seeing as how they don't have many niggas where he come from.
Dr. Schultz, when he was alone with Hilda here, did you just speak German or did you get to take her clothes off?
No, we just talked.
So you haven't seen her back?
I haven't.
No. Steven's right. You might find this interesting. Hildy, go on, take off your dress. Show Dr. Schultz her back here. Go on.
Calvin, I just got her all dressed up and looking nice.
But, Lord Lee, Dr. Schultz is from Dusseldorf. They don't got niggas there. He is a man of medicine. I'm sure it would fascinate him, the niggas' endurance for pain. These niggas are tough, Dr. Schultz, no doubt about it. Hildy's got something like 4 lashes on her back. Loli just get one, she lose her goddamn mind. Look at that, doctor. It's like a painting. Look at that.
Calvin! We are eating. Ain't no one want to look at her whipped up back.
Fine. After dinner then, Stephen. After dinner. During the brandies, gentlemen.
Carl, come get this girl. She a mess.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, why are you all undone? I just got you done up. Come on, here. I see.
Hello there. Happy belated of Color Month, fellow Earthlings, human beings, Kafir, Goy, Gaijin, et al. All right. Yeah, this one's going to be pretty good. It's got a lot going on. It's one that I wanted to do. It was one that I included as one of the things people can vote on. It didn't win, though one person did choose it. And well, what can I say? I've got a lineup coming up. This Saturday we've got Women's International Day or International Women's Day, whatever it is. And so we'll be doing one on that. Maybe someone will be joining me, sharing some of their things as well. That will be pretty intense. We'll be focusing on Oprah Winfrey, but of course, everything that surrounds, well, the broken home, long story short, feminism, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. After that, I've pushed back, as you see, I did a last minute change here. I was planning on watching Miracle Man, doing the watch party for that today, but I decided to push that back again one more week because following that, the following Saturday, not this Saturday, but week and so from today, we'll be featuring, well, let's just say one of the scariest folks you'll ever meet, in my opinion. But he's going to give us some really, well, he's from Saudi Arabia, long story short. He's going to tell us all about Islam, just give us his personal testimony and all that. Joseph. So that should be a good one. But yeah, to get us all ready for that, I'll push that back, the Miracle Man, one more week. So we'll be watching that next Wednesday and have those theological conversations and organizational chats and yada yada. Then, so today I figured since I did the Captain New World Order a week or a few, actually 3 days late, I figured, all right, I might as well squeeze this one into one I wanted to watch before. So today we'll be doing a watch party for a TV movie, and I believe it was also shown on ABC, one of the big three, but definitely Showtime. So, and it has Samuel L. Jackson in it, and Bill Cosby's wife, so to speak, from the Cosby Show. That's how we all know her. Anyway, so we'll be taking a little look at that. So let's see. I mean, I've got a lot to cover, a lot of things I want to do here. Honestly, I've got a lot of toys and so many toys, I don't know where to start. I keep bouncing around with what I want to start, but let's just lighten the mood a little bit and start with this guy. Buckle up. This guy's pretty good. Let me give you a bigger screen for that. Not that this is necessary for this one, but whatever. And here we go.
One time I got pulled over by a black cop. He said, "Why'd you run that red light?" I said, "Because, officer, I don't see color." This is the first time.
Okay, so yeah, a couple of jokes from this guy's hilarious. I might share a couple of more from him and some others this Saturday too. I mean, this stuff. It's got me in stitches. But anyway, all right. Enough about my babbling.
Time in history that people are actually ashamed to be white. I'm proud of my culture. I believe there's only one superior race: NASCAR.
That's like a Jeff Foxworthy joke. You're a redneck. Anyway, let's keep going.
Black people sound cooler because everything's just shorter, right? Right? Like a white person will be like, all right. Black person, right? No. You look black from up here. I should have known he's got a golf hat on. I've never had that happen before. You know it's I, right? Yeah. This is the one time this black guy, affirmative. When it comes to race, no one gets offended like white people. Oh my God. For example, my gardener is Mexican, and if I assumed he liked tequila, my sister would be like, "Why? Because he's Mexican." But my gardener would be like, "Why? You got some?"
Nailed it. Yeah, both accounts. I got one of those sisters too. Yeah, so let's see. What else do I want to? I mean, I just got so many toys. I don't know where to go. It's just like being a little kid in a candy store. All right, let me show you. Well, no, I'll save that for later. Let's go ahead and show you some clips. These should be okay. Pretty much one of them came back with pre-screen, no issues found. A couple of them, content allowed. YouBoob is being YouBoob. So hopefully, again, you might as well go ahead and save if you want to continue following this stream and the watch party. It'll continue on Rumble regardless of what YouBoob does. But let's get into these clips. and they're related. They're related. One of the big focuses I want to focus on today is, of course, the Uncle Tom terminology and that kind of thing. So, with that in mind, let me share a couple of clips from movies that Samuel L. Jackson, the star of this TV movie that we're gonna watch today, that he's done. He's done a ton, like over 100 movies. We'll get into that, but all right, check this one out.
That is not mine. That is Nietzsche's.
And this is from Coming to America, which we've already done a review of when I was doing my series on Eddie Murphy. So, yeah, this is actually one of my favorite Samuel L. Jackson roles because he does it so well that you don't even realize he's in it.
See, that's what I mean. Most of the guys who work here don't go around quoting Nietzsche.
Everybody shut up and do like I say. Get the money out. Stay cool. Nobody gets hurt. Take the money out. All of it. Don't.
Isn't that convincing? It's almost scary, right? I mean, that's some good acting. Even though this is a comedy, that's some good acting. Or is it? We'll get into that too.
Call me, fat boy. Let's go. Come on. You're wasting my time now. Come on. Come on. Anybody move, I'll blow your fucking head off.
Man, he's got that 1,000-mile Muslim stare, doesn't he? But yeah, so again, the stupid standard white guy.
What are you looking at, buddy? Come on! Stop stalling! Come on! Don't stall me! All of it!
Arsenio Hall, Eddie Murphy. We talked about this before. I got a question there.
Come on! Come on!
Excuse me for a moment. It would be wise for you to put the weapon down.
Who the fuck is this asshole?
Please refrain from using any further obscenities in the presence of these people.
And my apologies for the language. The movie that we're watching, even though it was put on Showtime, I'm pretty sure it's PG-13. I skimmed through it. It should be okay. We'll see what happens.
What?
I've warned you. I'll be forced to thrash you.
Fuck you!
Yeah, all right. So, no, not this one. Commercial. Let's go to the next one. All right, here we go. This is from Jackie Brown. Again, one of his better roles. But without further ado, let's get right into it.
And this.
And that there's a Tech 9, little cheap ass spray gun made out of South Miami. They retail for $380. I get them for $2, sell them for $8. They advertise this Tech 9 as the most popular gun in American crime. Can you believe that shit? It actually says that in the little booklet that comes with it. The most popular gun in American crime. Like they proud of that shit.
I've actually edited some of this out. Yeah, I mean, this is Samuel L. Jackson selling guns. And Robert De Niro selling guns in a Jackie Brown movie from, was it around the turn of the century?
I love my Tech 9.
I take navigational shit on. Here we go. AK-47, the very best there is. When you absolutely, positively got to kill every motherfucker in the room, except no substitutes.
Leading us right into the 21st century shenanigans. What do you know?
Nothing gets between me and my AK.
This here is the Chinese model. I get them for $850.
Made in China, promotion, made in China, double your money. That became the standard, that whole offshoring, outsourcing as we know it. Yeah. All right. Check this out though.
Grab that for me, would you, baby?
You know it's for you.
Girl, don't make me put my foot in your ass.
The AK-47 is the most.
You know, I gotta wonder how much of this is acting and how much of this is just being themselves. That's Bridget Fonda, by the way. Another one I may or may not have had a crush on. Don't tell anybody.
Popular assault rifle in the world. This is a Chinese model. You could tell by the extra rivets running through the struts.
Well, it's for you.
I've had that kind of girlfriend. Don't tell anybody.
Yo, Junebug, what's up?
Standard Hollywood pushing of drugs.
Wait, no.
Well, that's what I want to tell you. You see, she was bugging me the whole time. She got pissy with me because I wouldn't let her carry the bag, and then she started running her fucking mouth about, because I couldn't remember where the car was parked right away when we came out. So then she got on me about that. Is it this aisle, Lewis? Is it that aisle, Lewis? It's totally fucking with my nerves, man.
So what? You left her there?
I shot her.
That's right. You heard right. And so just so you know, Robert De Niro's character is a con, or ex-con, I should say. This guy's, drug, not a drug, but a arms dealer, maybe drug dealer, who's using the same guy to get everyone out of prison, including the guy who called him on the phone in an earlier scene, which he in cold blood, maliciously, craftily just killed too. So he's just shown as a real cold-blooded, absolute criminal who's got tons of money. We'll get into actual Samuel Jackson's life too in a little while, in a moment. But let's get through these clips.
If he had to do it, then he had to do it, right? What we don't want is that bitch surviving on us. On anybody but that woman. Where's the rest of it?
How much is that?
I don't know, maybe 40, shit, maybe less.
You said 550.
Yeah, so you lied, ain't you? You lied about $500,010.
Look, man, that's the bag she came out with. She never put a hand in it. Neither did I.
Check out this guy in the background. Is he just an extra, a goofy extra that's doing what you're not supposed to and staring right into the camera? Or is he a producer trying to get some attention? I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
Right.
Came out of where?
Out of the fitting room. It went down exactly the way it was supposed to.
How long was she in there?
A minute, not even a minute. She came right out.
Oh, she telling me the truth.
Listen, I swear to fucking God, man. I swear on my life.
They love to be blasphemous in their Hollywood movies, don't they?
She came out with that fucking bag, and I took it from her.
And then what?
And that was it. We went to the parking lot.
Where you shot her.
That's right.
Who'll call me?
Could you ask me that?
Look at this great acting. What a brilliant actor.
It's Jackie Brown.
Well, if she got it, well, why didn't she take it all?
You see Max Cherry in the dress department where man, look at me when I'm talking to you. You see that motherfucker in the dress department when we about to get $500,000 and you don't think nothing about him being there?
They know each other.
Hell yeah, they know each other. He bonded ass out of county.
Well, how am I supposed to know
You
that?
know you're bail bondsman, don't you? You know all them motherfuckers is crooked as a barrel of snakes, don't you?
Why should I think something's weird if I don't know nothing
I
about
don't want to hear
them
no
knowing each other,
fucking
man?
excuses.
I ain't giving you fucking excuses, man. But I'm tired.
Isn't it interesting? I know, like I said, he's got over 100 roles and all these things, highly heralded in mass media. I'm not saying he can't act. He's done some things that I liked. It's hard to think of what they are. Things like this, really. His roles like this, that's where he excels. The rest of the stuff.
Telling you, I'm giving you fucking reasons.
Oh, you gonna tell me the reason you lost every goddamn cent I got in the world?
Hey, man.
You gonna tell me reasons? Let me tell you the reason, motherfucker. The reason is your ass ain't worth the shit no more.
You better fucking back off, man.
A little graphic. My apologies for that too.
What the fuck happened to you, man? Your ass used to be beautiful.
He just does angry, cold-hearted, evil person, thug, really, really well. And again, is it acting or is it them just being themselves? Well, we'll get into that again in a minute about Samuel Jackson and his personal life. But let's move on to the next clip. That was Jackie Brown. Let's go on to this one.
I do love the taste of a good burger.
Pulp Fiction, one he's known for. A cult classic. And one I actually like. We were thinking about doing this for Four Mormons, doing a review, but that never came to fruition, unfortunately. But yeah, this one's a good story, kind of, sorta. I mean, in retrospect, I'm realizing that. I mean, there's all kinds of theological, and I don't want to get off on a tangent, but there's a lot of theological concerns. Quentin Tarantino, we'll get into how much of a piece of crap he is in a minute himself, judging by the fruits, really. But this was like supposed to be a religious movie, but it's got all kinds of wrong things about it, including the Samuel L. Jackson's character, who's probably Muslim, by the way. Early in the movies, or later in the movie, he's arguing about with his partner here whether or not they should like pork. His argument is, you like dogs are filthy, dogs are nice. Do you eat dogs and that kind of thing? So basically, he's coming off like a Muslim right before he decides he's going to walk the earth and give up his former life. Spoiler alert. So yeah, there's a parallel here between his Vincent Vega partner there, who also witnesses this in a moment. What happens after the scene? We're going to watch. They both witness the same miracle. Vincent Vega, John Travolta's character, sees the miracle and brushes it off, but Samuel L. Jackson's character sees it and gets transformed by it and decides to, like I said, change his life and follow God, but if you put it all together, as a Muslim. But he's quoting and misquoting, by the way. No comment there. We'll get into that and next week. But misquoting the Bible, Ezekiel, very famous sequence too here. This whole thing is all right. I'll shut up so you guys can watch it, just in case you haven't before.
You know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in France?
No.
Tell them, Vincent.
Royale with cheese.
Royale with cheese. You know why they call it that?
Because of the metric system.
Check out the big brain on Brad. You're a smart motherfucker. That's right. The metric system. Sentence.
England uses both their royal system, measuring metrics or numerical system, whatever it is, and also the metric system. But the U.S. is the only one that avoids the metric system like the plague. Everyone else, of course, around the world is on the metric system. There's some controversy in whether or not we should be on that as well. Anyways, whatever.
Sprite, good. You mind if I have some of your tasty beverage to wash this down?
Go right ahead.
I mean, isn't this very Muslim-like? And just really aggressive, all in his face, like taking his stuff.
It's fine. You, flock of seagulls. You know why we're here?
Flock of seagulls.
So over there.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
He's making fun of his haircut, the Flock of Seagulls reference.
You were saying?
80s pop band.
No, the one by your knees.
And by the way, he'll open up this briefcase that they're retrieving for their boss. Notice the combination that he's putting in there. It's backwards. 666.
Yeah.
And so this is supposed to be their boss's soul, which he loses from the back of his neck. The theological stuff is all messed up, by the way.
I'm sorry. I didn't get your name. I got yours, Vincent. Right? But I never got
My name's Pitt, and your ass ain't talking your way out of this shit.
No. I just want you to know. I just want you to know how sorry we are that things got so fucked up with us and Mr. Wallace. We got into this thing with the best intentions, really. I never.
Sorry, did I break your concentration?
Another cold-blooded character.
Please, continue. You were saying something.
Another cold-blooded character, which he does so well, right? I mean, look at the eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. I know he's playing a role right now, but again, really, this is the same character that he does over and over again. Even in other movies, he's really playing the same character. Is it a character, though? I mean, look, when we see the Muslims, the insane Muslims in their 1,000-mile stare, is this not identical to what we're looking at right now? Is that a really coincidence?
Something about best intentions? What's the matter? Oh, you were finished. Oh, well, allow me to retort. What does Marcellus Wallace look like? What? What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what? What? English, motherfucker, do you speak it? Yes. Then you know what I'm saying. Describe what Marcellus Wallace looks like. What? Say what again? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more goddamn time. He's black. Go on. He's bald. Does he look like a bitch? What? Does he look
like a bitch. No! And why you try to fuck him like a bitch, man? Yes, you.
Sorry again about the language, but yeah, this little sequence right here, extremely popular, Even to this day, I think people still reference it.
Did. Yes, you did, right? You tried to. And my son Wallace don't like to be fucked by anybody except Mrs. Wallace. You read the Bible, right? Yes. Well, there's this passage I got memorized. Sort of fits this occasion. Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, there's nothing that screams Christian like misrepresenting the Bible, misquoting it. If you look into the scripture, the references, which I have, it's not actually saying that. It's just distorted. It says bits and pieces of what he's saying, and of course, misusing it. And you know, vengeance is mine. I shall repay, saith the Lord. The Lord, not us. So this is very Jewish, very Muslim sense of justice, of vengeance that we're seeing here by Quentin Tarantino. All right, next up. And we're zipping through these. Again, that was Pulp Fiction. This one, A Time to Kill. Not very popular one. Not one of his greatest acting moments, but I've got some scenes right before and to the very ending. The ending is what I want to show you, which is done a couple of times the very same way. He really struggles as an actor to show a different emotion other than anger, and you're going to witness that. But let's watch the rest of it before we get to that. Just so you'll know, this movie is about basically his daughter gets raped by a couple of rednecks, and you know, he gets wrongfully accused of things, tries to get vengeance in his own hands and all that. He ends up in court, and this is right after his lawyer gives this powerful, you know, emotional speech, and everyone's like, you know, transformed because of it. And you know what follows next, but let's get to it. Okay, McConaughey doing that gesture. I don't know what the heck that was supposed to be, but it's Hollywood after all. Oh, we're all too familiar with this sequence now, except for the KKK part. Maybe these days, you know, they've succeeded in bringing back to life the KKK. Maybe I really can't speak to that, but neo-Nazis. We've seen a couple instances where people, the van driving through the crowd, and again, I've spoken about that, and I might address that later as well too. My own personal experiences with something similar to that. But yeah, you know. Anyway, what can I say? It's just Hollywood. Long story short, standard Hollywood. Uber, to the nth degree. I'm not hearing anything. Can you guys? Had a crush on her too. Don't tell anybody.
Jake, that was.
Hey, I'm one of the bad guys, remember?
Let it leak out!
We got something to talk about.
Oh, yeah. It's time to get revenge. Justice. And we'll talk about revenge and justice and what justice actually is, the Christian perspective. And I'll let someone speak to that effect for me.
Hastings, you belong over there with them. Get him.
The bad cop. We haven't seen that in Hollywood for, I don't know, 100 years.
Congratulations, man.
Speaking of freak, I mean, we've got an all freak cast here. This guy on the left, reportedly, allegedly, I'm going to throw in allegedly here, a Stein Island reject people. They said he was so crazy nobody wanted to be around him. And I was saying for decades now this guy is queer and pissed people off just by his oral fixation. Again, another one who does the same character over and over and over again. And in every, well, I don't say every, but regularly in all the characters that he does this little oral thing with his mouth, like he's trying to suckle something. To me, it was like screaming flamboyant queer, right? But I got some flack for stating the obvious, and now here we are. Donald Sutherland. That was his son Kiefer, by the way. Here we go. The great Hollywood moment. Check out. I mean, look at this wonderful. This guy should have got an Oscar. Why didn't he get an Academy Award for this moment? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bobby. It's just the acting is so bad. I don't know what else to do. You seen this one, Daniel? All right. I would love to hear your feedback about what you think about it. To be honest with you, I barely remember it, except for that scene. Again, for those reasons, I just thought it was just so bad. It's funny to me. Yeah. Speaking of funny, now let me transition to this little, let's call it a bit of a sadistic sense of humor that I'm displaying right now. Whatever. All right. So let's go to this one. Okay. So this is. I was also NFL buff. I was actually NFL fanatic. I was ready to become even a towel boy just for an opportunity to get some kind of more prominent position in the NFL. I'd like to make a move, life change, and everything. Thankfully, my life took a turn in a different direction. So that never came. I was a public school football coach. Had some success there. Amazing stories there. But no NFL stuff. And that was a blessing too. That's a whole other thing. I don't want to get off on tangents here, but in my own testimonies and other channels, I've spoken about that. But anyways, the point is this. As a fanatic, one of the teams that I liked was the Carolina Panthers. Jake Delhomme was a Cajun guy. I was actually at that game where he had his first game. I liked the black quarterback that was playing at the time, but he was a career backup who was very old and just couldn't get the ball past 20 yards, 20 meters. So halftime, they put in Jake Delhomme. And, the crowd went wild, and he won the game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And, coming from behind, it was quite a magical game, so to speak. But, yeah, absolute Cajun. Didn't have a ton of skills, even though he was better than Ronnie Pete. Obviously, like I said, Ronnie Pete was like, I don't know, 40 give or take at that point. That was late 30s. I can't remember. He was pretty old. Anyways, yeah, I mean, basically what happened was, so the owner of that franchise was actually, I mean, of course, North Carolina, a good old boy himself, a wide receiver, formerly, all these things. But he also bought the Bojangles franchise. It's kind of like Carl Jr.'s Hardee's, which he actually also he was invested in, by the way. But so yeah, essentially what he did was he used Jake Delhomme as this quarterback that I'm talking about as the poster boy for that, but also his star wide receiver, Steve Smith, a guy from California, from LA, former thug. In the NFL, twice punched his teammates, disfigured his face, sucker punched them 2 different occasions, did not get in trouble for it. Yeah, and so just a really bad, horrible guy who also his buddy Musin Muhammad was both Muslim, your standard black trash, if I may. So he uses Steve Smith also as his poster boy. So we got Jake Delhomme, the Cajun, and Steve Smith, the California thug, who's punching out his teammates. And so let's take a look at that. Here's some commercials for Bojangles. And for those of you not familiar, that's the General Lee. Dukes of Hazzard. A lot of controversy about Dukes of Hazzard and all that during the 20 teens, the BLM stuff and all that. Just so you'll know, though, this was actually before that. These commercials came out before that, of course. But anyways, come on. My thing is freaking out. Let's try that again. No.
About chicken eating, Buddy and me, we was flying along in our chicken machine. We got 200 horses, eat this chicken beak, looking for a rest and dine away. Oh, Jangles, we drive fast.
Yes, you are watching Steve Smith, a uber black California thug, NFL star, in the passenger seat of the General Lee, with Cajun Jake Delhomme driving, eating fried chicken with that music. By the way, Musin Muhammad, later Steve Smith became like a analyst or whatever for ESPN after he retired from the NFL. And he had Musin Muhammad on. And Musin Muhammad, as a guest on his show, was calling Steve Smith a house nigga. A house nigga. An Uncle Tom, a coon. They were buddies who were laughing about it, I guess. But I'll never forget that. But here's this commercial. So, I mean, make it what you will.
We love to eat, making this chicken fly. We got cravings for meat and apple jangles. That chicken machine.
For those who actually watched Dukes of Hazzard, you'll understand the sound that I just made. Basically, stupid white boy cop. Stupid rednecks.
Sweet lamp.
Wait. Is that Sweet Lamp? Is that an Islamic genie lamp? No. Certainly, the redneck NFL owner is not promoting Islam. Certainly did not give the opportunity to a couple of Muslims to be star wide receivers on his franchise. I mean, he's a redneck. He would never do these things, right?
You have freed me from the lamp. For that, I will grant you 3 wishes.
Uh-oh. There is whiteface for this Arab. Oh, wait a minute. What am I saying? Islam is not an ethnicity. Islam is not an ethnicity. So he's a white Muslim. Or should I say revert?
Okay, for starters,
A revert genie. What do you know?
I'll take a Cajun filet biscuit, seasoned fries, and an iced tea from Bojangles.
Well, I guess I'll see you later.
Wait, that's only 1 wish.
Oh, no, there's 3. See, you should have wished for the combo. Rookie mistake.
This was a bad.
He's open. He's got a touchdown.
Oh, this better.
What a great play by Smitty.
Boy, is there a more exciting player in the league than Steve Smith. Steve's just one of those players that really feeds off the fans. Literally.
Score big.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Steve Smith jumped in the crowd to eat fried chicken. How do you agree to do this commercial? This is real. This is not some kind of joke. These are real commercials I'm sharing with you right now.
with a delicious Bojangles 2-piece dinner today for only $2.99.
I don't want me to get out Bojangles.
$2.99. You can't even get a drink for $2.99 these days.
Hey, lady, you looking for some biscuits?
Are they made from scratch?
Just as fresh.
Okay, so now this is cultural appropriations.
Come on, just have a little taste.
Those are not made from scratch biscuits.
Check Delone, Bojangles defender of the fresh biscuit. Oh, you just hit him in the biscuits.
Now this is a made from
Great writing. Great writing. I wish I could write this well.
scratch biscuit. Biscuit justice is served. Look, Dave, I like you.
Last one, and we'll move on.
I really do. But there's something I gotta hear.
And for those of you, I hope you may or may not have seen Jerry Maguire, Renee Zellweger, Tom Cruise. Again, a sports movie NFL thing. He's doing that. He's playing Tom Cruise's character here, or a spoof of, where his wide receiver client is like, they're talking on the phone. He's about to lose his job, and he's like, this one client is obsessing. He's trying his best just to hang on to anyone, and his client is taking advantage of that, and it's like, hey, you know what? Do this and do that to prove to me that you're loyal to me. He's got him screaming, show me the money. In fact, I've got a little asset here myself that I've used that I've kind of, let me find it right here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Show me the referee. Okay, so it's a very popular little scene from Jerry Maguire. And here we go. Here's this commercial.
Show me the chicken.
Show you the chicken?
No. Not show you the chicken. Show me the chicken.
Show me the chicken?
Show me the chicken.
Show me the chicken.
Come on. Say it like you mean it.
Show me the chicken.
Congratulations. You're still my agent.
I don't want me to get out Bojangles.
You complete me.
Oh, you may. And just so you'll know, the female character in Jerry Maguire, at the end, he walks in. He walks in, and they say to each other, he says to her, "You complete me." Like it's this famous line from that movie. It's really cheesy. Anyways, okay, so those are enough torching. I thought they were pretty funny. Let me share this again. Now Samuel L. Jackson. He was the NFL halftime show, and the racist thing going on there. I didn't watch it. I just keep hearing about it. I really don't care. Obviously, it's going to be racist. I mean, you can't even watch a sport anymore without getting the politics, the racism, the violence crammed down your throat. You can't. There's no escaping it these days, unfortunately. All right, so let's get on to, you know what? I'll just end all this stuff here. So, yeah. I'm going to share the link for those commercials for whatever reason if you want to watch it on your own in the chat. While I'm doing that, let me play this. I don't know, you guys hate this, but it's a time killer. Or I should say I hate dead air, so let me just play this instead. And while I'm getting the next thing up, queued up for you guys. Where is it at? I've got so many assets. Oh, here it is. All right. So this is, again, just a couple of quick notes that I failed to mention last time from Captain America New World Order, or Brave New Low, Brave New World, whatever. Yeah, so basically in the trailers, they removed the scene where the president's getting shot, or shot at, I should say. which was timely again. They're trying to cover up. Well, the Donald Trump was actually, there was an assassination attempt, and so they had to remove that. But as we spoke about, obviously the movie's an absolute propaganda piece, or conditioning piece, I should say, to get people to want to kill the president, and they need to be investigated, if not arrested, stat. All of those involved and responsible for making it. Seriously, stat. Enough's enough. Yeah, let me show you the next thing. And so I also shared this with you guys, but just as a reprise, a reminder. Again, we're watching Uncle Tom's Cabin from a 19th century, let's say, classic, or made classic. So, and also in the thumbnail you saw, you even have the children's version of that book. So make sure we get the children, the grassroots movement, the children conditioned. But yeah, so just to remind you, this is the chick here. Her name is Layla Taylor. She's the girlfriend of Sam Wilson, who wears the Falcon in the comics. And it's it's like the alter ego, so to speak. His real name is Sam Wilson, and the superior character he is the Falcon. So his girlfriend is a activist in this storyline. In the movie, she was the president's boss, basically, and bossing him around like a bitch. I mean, a bitch, like he's the bitch. Just for the record, I don't want females watching this get offended, like, hey, I called her a bitch. No, I'm saying she made him her bitch, or so. Anyways, so this is again a panel from a late '60s comic book. Again, grassroots movement. She says, "Well, if it isn't our friendly neighborhood Uncle Tom, I've been waiting to rap with you. I read the rest before, so you get it." So now she's calling him an Uncle Tom. Obviously, they don't agree with the politics. Okay, so let's get into some production notes here for the movie we're going to watch. Again, Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1987 TV movie, showed on Showtime for certain, and I could have swore that it was shown also on ABC, one of the big three, made available to the public. I think I saw somewhere it was rated PG. Again, these last two things, I can't seem to see them again, but I'm pretty sure of those things. At any rate, so the producers, who are they? Edgar J. Shrek. Not to be confused with Shrek. So you might think that's Scottish, a name, but no, Jewish for sure. Look it up yourselves. Of course, I should say, of course. Known for ABC Wide World of Sports, you may have heard of it, and so on. Edgar Shrek himself died of cancer in 2002, which I find intriguing. In my mind, they're like Burns from The Simpsons, where they basically stay alive no matter what, like cyborgs or whatever, but these filthy rich people with all this power. But apparently that's not completely true. This is I've seen a few times now where one of these really powerful people died of cancer. So the other producer, Gary Hoffman Productions, obviously Jewish. Yeah, so they do all these cable TV movies and stuff like that, including one called Bastard Out of Carolina. Again, I was actually in Carolina at the time when this came on my radar, and I watched it. One of the most horrendous movies I've ever watched. It's worse than the movie Hound Dog. It's just a pedo movie that I don't know if it's bringing attention to it to raise awareness or what, but I suspect the or what. And now, in retrospect, it's I feel a lot more comfortable saying that because before you said that, you're like, okay, whatever. Why are you saying that? What's wrong with you? But obviously, Hollywood's pedo. Obviously, evidently so, I should say. And it needs to stop. They need to be held accountable, all of them. I mean, the Stein got off. He got charged, but he got off. Polanski's still on the lam. Where's the accountability? The other one went to jail and allegedly died. I mean, there's some internet rumors about whether or not he's actually dead. Hopefully he is. God forgive me. His girlfriend went in there, also involved in this stuff. I don't know, her sentence light or not. It's up. Well, you be the judge of whether she got a light sentence or not. But where are the records, by the way? Where are the Stein records that are supposed to be disclosed or undisclosed, I should say? What's going on with that? Why is this continued cover up going on? So, all right, and of course, Showtime, as I mentioned, Showtime, yeah, it was really responsible for a lot of the perversion or grooming of children. Cable TV, HBO, Showtime, those two specifically. They made all these rated R movies available to any child at any time. Period. Yeah, and then the internet came along about a decade or two later, and that was the end of the game. Game over, or just the beginning, I should say, of their game. Yeah, so it gets nominated for 8 Cable Ace Awards. This movie we're going to watch. The actress in it, as she's known as Bill Cosby's wife from the Cosby Show from the 80s. The second Cosby Show, by the way, was the one in the 80s. He did another one before that. But anyway, yeah, so a little bit about her. Felicia Rashad. That should put up some red flags there, the last name Rashad. And rightfully so. So she comes from a broken home. Forgive me for being crass, but of course she does. She's Hollywood. Of course she comes from a broken home. Her mother was a Howard grad. Howard University. Racism, Freemason Central. But it gets better. Pulitzer Prize. These Pulitzer, these award-winning, these awards, they're really suspect to me at this point, to say the least. Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, I don't know. It makes me want to scrub, to be frank. And she herself, her mother, I should say, she initiated the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. These tend to be Masonic. I didn't do a deep dive on AKA. I'm just being an adult about it. I mean, let's get real. And also, her mother took a detour in Mexico City because she was racist, and she wanted to get away from racism by going to Mexico. Are you shiting me? I got Mexicans in my family. Some of the most racist people you'll ever meet. Are you shiting me? Oy vey. All her family, Felicia, that is, they were involved in some kind of performing arts. You know, all her siblings, except for one who got into real estate. She does tons of Broadway and some TV shows here and there, but really, the Cosby Show was the thing that made her famous, and really is not known for much since. Okay, she married. She again divorced several times herself. She married a lead singer of the Village People. We talked about them last time. For those not familiar, the Village People are a disco band from the 70s that were gay. She married the lead singer of that group. They're known for the song YMCA. All right, but anyways, she's publicly a vegetarian. She's one of those. Vegetarianism is good, pushing vegetarianism. And now we see that's part of the green agenda. Again, I said, really divorced. She divorced even the Village People guy. Surprise, surprise. Who by himself, he himself was married a half dozen times and divorced a half dozen times. I wonder why he can't keep a relationship. And so married wide receiver Bobby Moore, who changed his name to Ahmad Rashad, Muslim. I mean, the patterns here, the similarities are, it's almost like we've got nothing but clones working in Hollywood and the TV industry. Clones of each other. It's insane. Whew, I'm getting passionate. We got a lot of comments. Sorry, guys. Hey, Slim, what's up? YMCA, yeah. 47. Go the Donald. I don't know. What's the 47 thing? Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I've got only one monitor here, so I couldn't see your comments. Oh, it's the YMCA. It's Trump. Okay, I got it. I still know what the 47 reference is. My apologies. All right, so let me get back to this. So where was I? Oh yeah. Okay, so that's enough about Felicia Rashad, aka Bill Cosby's wife or TV wife. All right, let's get into Samuel L. Jackson. L stands for Leroy. Anyone saw that coming? He's extremely oppressed, the guy. Thankfully, he's an activist, so he can combat the oppression that he's been undergoing. I mean, $27 billion. That poor guy. Let's start a fundraiser. Let's do a GoFundMe for Samuel Leroy Jackson, who's so oppressed. 27 billion, 100 movies. The oppression in America, how dare they? Ay vey. He's an only child, which sounds about right, whose alcoholic father died early. I'm not going to say anything else. I mean, that's heartbreaking, to be frank. I mean, seriously, you know, it's pretty tragic. You know, all of them are coming from broken homes. An alcoholic father who was working, you know, at a distance far away. So he only got to see him a couple times, and the guy died from alcoholism, from depression. That's quite tragic. You know, it's hard not to feel bad for him, you know, even though he's an absolute piece of crap. I'm talking about Samuel Jackson. It's still, I mean, you hear about these stories, and it's pretty heartbreaking. So yeah, Samuel Jackson did a DNA test. Sorry, these people are so stupid, man. I mean, teach their own, whatever. He did a DNA test to find out what his African roots are, and it goes to Gabon, which is located just south of Nigeria and right next to the Congo, which is kind of convenient, right? And he's like uber African is what that's suggesting. Oh, by the way, I didn't know this. He was born with a stutter. And so he allegedly, that's why he curses, so he can get through his stutter. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe. You know, teach their own. Oh. He was an usher for MLK's Jr.'s funeral when he was young in Atlanta. Let me tell you, people, I've been in Atlanta a lot. Atlanta is one of the most, if not the most, racist city in the United, quote unquote, United States of America. There's no exaggeration. And if you think otherwise, that means you have not been to Atlanta. And I don't mean white people. I'm talking about black people. But Atlanta's full of, I mean, it's absolutely black. Absolutely black. Racist as hell. Ugh, dreaded going there. Anyway, let me see comments. Sorry, guys. 27. What is he doing with that money? He look good in kit? Is that kit? Oh, look good in kilt. Who? Samuel Jackson or Trump? I seriously doubt Samuel Jackson was wearing kilts, but you never know. He does. I mean, I didn't find anything about his wives. So you've got to wonder what's going on with that guy. I don't know. I mean, it's Hollywood. I don't know. Or was okay. So yeah, MLK Jr.'s funeral. Why is he an usher there? Well, let's find out. He took university faculty hostages. He took. That's right. I'm gonna say that again. The university attended. The faculty there, he took hostage. We're talking about Samuel L. Jackson here. Mr. What do we say? How much is it worth? 27 billion? The poor guy. 27 billion. The poor guy. Whew, it's a good thing he was an activist. And still is an activist, you know? All the oppression. So yeah, we see this a lot. They pick these black actors that are basically criminals, and they make them prominent. Going all the way back to Stephen Fitchett, the wife beater, criminal. Yeah, and so what happened to him after taking Common University faculty members hostage? Well, arrested on lesser charges, and a couple of years later went right back to school, and they gave him a degree. And he became famous, rich and famous, and extremely powerful since. So this was quoting Samuel L. Jackson here. I was angry about the assassination, but I wasn't shocked by it. I knew that change was going to take something different. Not sit-ins, not peaceful coexistence. Samuel L. Jackson. Why does he play angry characters so well, but really struggles showing any other emotion as an actor, quote-unquote actor? Well, he doesn't believe in a peaceful coexistence. And this is who Hollywood has made absolutely prominent, extremely rich and powerful. The Mouthpiece. Halftime show. All right, you throw me off, Slim. Are you drinking, brah? Are you talking about Canada now? I didn't mention Canada. It's called the 51st state. What's called the 51st state? Maybe I'm talking too fast. I got the bad habit of doing that. I listened to my last stream. I could not understand half the things I was saying. I don't know how you guys keep up with this. Let me try to talk slower here. Took the university. I was angry. Okay. Last one. Allegedly, again, we were talking about Samuel L. Jackson here. He was allegedly the member of the Black Panthers as he was purchasing weapons for them. We're talking about machine guns and stuff. Yeah. Before being relocated, his mother relocated him because the FBI was about to arrest him again. So they sent him to California, and he became rich and famous since. So they relocated him. Because, America's oppressive. Oy vey. Okay, what else we got? Let's move on. That's my production notes. And the awards. You see for yourself, Cable Ace Awards, all these nominations. Best actor, best movie series, supporting actor, supporting actress, supporting actress again. Felicia Rashad, oy vey. Best producer. They're giving Shurik a shout out. Hoffman, shout out. Nelson Barnathon. Costume design, a nominee. Writing, a nominee. So this thing is absolutely fantastic on every level. That's what we should be expecting right now. Yeah. And here's a little scene from this movie. About, let's say halfway in. I'll just leave it at that. Halfway in, give or take. What you're looking at, for those of you that are gender binary, not fluid, what is that, a boy or a girl? Let's see in chat. Is this a boy or a girl? Let's give you a few seconds. There may be a delay here. Is this a boy or a girl? What are we looking at? And the creepy woman with that weird smirk, all happy and proud. She's proud. That should give you a hint. And the creepy, is that a black woman, black guy, Hispanic? I don't know what's going on. Caressing the face, and a Samuel L. Jackson standing over him. Yeah. Daniel says a girl. Hello, Miss Missy. I think I know who that is. I could be wrong. Yeah. Girl, what time does the movie start? And a little bit. I've just got a few more notes, and we'll get to it. Let's say about 15 minutes, 30 tops. So yeah, this is not a girl. Again, this is an 80s TV movie. They dressed up the little boy as a girl. We'll get into why. Yeah. So 15, 30 minutes, Miss Missy. Good name. All right. let's go on to the next thing. Okay. So Quentin Tarantino, again, when I saw Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, completely sadistic. I don't know why that was so popular, but all his movies are completely sadistic. Pulp Fiction, I kind of explained already why I liked it so much back in the day. And then he did From Dusk Till Dawn, also a spiritual movie. I didn't see the commercials before that, so I didn't was the whole thing caught me by surprise. So those two became my favorite movies. And I started watching things that he made thereafter, and it was a steady digression to the point where we had sadistic homosexual rape scenes in his movies, and that's why I had enough. Crazy Eights was the last Tarantino film that I watched. Yeah, True Romance was, I hate to say, was one of my personal favorites. It doesn't come off too much like a Tarantino film, his usual stuff. But if I watched that now, I doubt I would still like it. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. But yeah, basically, publicly, Tarantino, when it came to, was it Polanski, Stein? I can't remember. He was publicly, passionately an apologist for pedophilia, saying that the girl was begging for it. This is him speaking. I want to spit in his face. And of course, him and Samuel Jackson are buddy. The creep. Look at that face, man. He makes some Muslims look like saints. Okay, some of the most racist people in Hollywood, all screwed up backgrounds, all pushing weird stuff. And I've left some people out. Who am I leaving out here? I was teetering on Denzel Washington, because most recently he's known for saying, let's say, conservative stuff, Christian stuff. So I left him out, but growing up, I kind of saw him as a racist, but not as racist as these guys, but still, I don't know. I'm on the fence about that. Oh, Oprah Winfrey, Whoopi Goldberg. Who am I leaving out here? In the chat, comment afterwards in the section below if you're watching later. Who am I leaving out? Some of the most racist people. Lawrence Fishburne. This guy ruined one of my favorite movies, a Michael Crichton movie. He wrote a ton of books. The guy, Harvard grad, atheist. It wrote instant classics that made his stuff into movies instantly and TV shows and so on. Rising Sun was one of my favorite books that I read, and I watched the movie, and this guy killed it. They completely destroyed the movie, made the race thing. It was about culture and stuff like that. It was quite a beautiful book. Crichton was a really good writer. But they turned around and made it a black-white thing. And he was like, ooh, 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 Negro, ooh, ooh. Really kill it. This guy, I look at him, Wesley Snipes, and I want to vomit. We talked about Red Fox, Richard Pryor, Mr. Joint himself, Spike Lee, Morgan Freeman, the California, Mr. Wise Man, racist. Moving on. And if I'm wrong, did he? All right. I'll see you at Rumble. I won't be able to see your comments, Miss Missy, on Rumble. Let me check right now that we're talking about. I have to check separately on Rumble for some reason. They really abuse Rumble, StreamYard. I don't know why they don't give StreamYard the same things as everyone else. All right. So let's look at this oppression in mass media. These are TV shows. Again, these are pretty much off the top of my head. I made this a few years ago, this meme that I shared on social media. It's excluding one, but we'll get to that in a minute. Julia, we mentioned from the late 80s, and we saw a couple of clips from a couple episodes, episode 1 and episode 2, a couple of streams ago. Again, she was engaged to the director of the British guy, director producer of the Charlie One Eye watch party that we did. Remember him? So, yeah, it's all one big circle jerk, isn't it? Anyway. So, yeah, there's stuff in the 60s. We'll get into that, too. So stuff earlier than that. But let's go into the 70s. Now, again, blacks are supposed to be oppressed. We're just talking about TV shows. We're not talking about movies. We're not talking about sports or anything else. Politics. The business world. The business world. They were black slave owners. FYI, I'm not talking about in Africa. I'm talking about in America. Black slave owners. Anyway, so yeah, 1970s, all black. The Jeffersons, Different Strokes, Good Times, Sanford and Son, That's My Mama, What's Happening. Pretty much all these were my favorites, by the way, back in the day. At least one leading or supporting black character, All in the Family, Welcome Back, Kotter, WKRP in Cincinnati, and those supporting actors were quite prominent, even though they were, not the main characters. They were quite famous in themselves. And stuff with liberal rhetoric and all that. Chico and the Man of Color, by the way, Alice, Laverne and Shirley. It's not that they didn't have any black people, but they weren't, at least one main black character or all black is what I'm showing here. And of course, all libtard ideals. MASH, Mork and Mindy, about an alien one day at a time, Single Mom, Soap, Queer Stuff, Taxi, The Mary Tyler Moe Show, Feminism, The Odd Couple, Gay, The Partridge Family, Hippies, Three's Company, kind of sort of gay, Promiscuity. All right, now let's go into the 80s. Again, all black. Benson, Give Me a Break, The Cosby Show, Amen, 227, What's Happening Now, A Different World. Again, these are not all of them. These are off the top of my head when I put this together. And all of these were my favorites. At least one leading black character. Night Court, the security guard, which, was adoring. You couldn't help but like this woman, whoever she was. The Facts of Life. Tootsie, or Tootie, or what was her name? I can't remember her name now. Tootsie. She was really popular. She went on to do some things as an adult later on, kind of sort of made a comeback for a minute. But yeah. Webster, of course. Again, I'm leaving stuff out, but whatever. And liberal stuff. Bosom Buddies, gay. Charles in Charge, effeminate. Cheers, pushing alcoholism. Full House, broken home stuff. Perfect Strangers. That's Euro bashing. Gay. Golden Girls, all kinds of screwed up. Who's the Boss? Effeminate. Family Ties, making fun of the right, liberal. Okay, 1990s. Woo. Look at all these oppressed black people. Family Matters. This is all black shows now. Family Matters. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air with Will Smith. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Martin. Rock. The Wayans Brothers. In Living Color. Anyways, keep going. Moesha. Hanging with Mr. Cooper, Living Single, Malcolm and Eddie, Sister, The Steve Harvey Show, The Jamie Foxx Show, Sinbad Show. Sinbad, okay, wasn't as popular, but whatever. Ooh, poor oppressed black people. Arliss, cable TV. Dream On, cable TV, still. Again, these are off the top of my head. This is not a complete list. And the liberal stuff, Blossom, single parent home there, questionable. Everybody Loves Raymond, emasculating. Friends, all kinds of messed up. Married with Children, all kinds of messed up. Really, really ripping into the man, tearing down the model of the patriarchy. Seinfeld, Jewy as hell. Drew Carey Show, pushing alcoholism. Wings, a weird show. Okay, 2000s. Everybody Hates Chris, Girlfriends, Half and Half, The Parkers, All of Us, 1-on-1. These are all black. My Wife and Kids, That's So Raven, Tracy Morgan Show, The Huleys. Again, this is not a complete list. At least one leading black. The Community, My Name is Earl, The Office. These are all hits. Okay, and then the little stuff, How I Met Your Mother. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Louie, Parks and Recreation, Sex and the City. That 70s Show, The Big Bang Theory, 2.5 Men, Will and Grace, gay as hell. The 2010s, the game, you guys get the idea. By the 2000s, it's just hell on earth. So But they're oppressed, right? And this is only TV shows. From the 60s, let's look at the 60s on. Allegedly, and so I thought as well, Julia was the only 60s TV series. That's not completely true. All black, I should say. Well, not all black, but prominent black. Sorry, not all black. All prominent black. But there was others before that, 1950s even. Amos and Andy, Beulah Show, which actually I was aware of from the 1950s. So anyways, you get the idea. It's just, and again, this is only TV shows. All lies, people. All lies. Stephen Fitchett, early 20th century. Multimillionaire. Okay, so January 6th insurrection, right? Arrested. That's now hopefully being investigated so many years later. 1967, the Black Panthers invaded the U.S. Capitol with guns. Not a single one of them shot. That's all I got to say about it. This is 1967, in late 60s. Because they were oppressed? Or what? Or what is the question here? Let me see comments. That's so Raven, yeah. Yeah, so I mean Disney's really big on all this stuff. Yeah, all right. So here's a little lighten up the mood here. Here's another meme I did to kind of portray all the racism in the NFL. I mean, how dare they? How dare they? And this was right after I created my comic again, The Native Avengers. So yeah, the big thing all of a sudden was the Washington football team. They didn't quite have a name. There was about a year where they didn't know what the name was going to be. They wanted to change it from the Redskins because it was racist, even though Native American Indians were protesting the removal of the mascot, the iconic mascot. It's just disturbing. So anyways, so here's my response. I mean, let's look at all this racism stuff. In spite of many Native Americans protesting the removal of the highly revered mascot, they removed it. All right, so the next one, the Chiefs. Just like the Redskins, the Chiefs must be done away with altogether so that Native American Indians are not offended, right? So let's get rid of the Kansas City Chiefs because that's offensive. That's cultural, what do they call it, appropriations? The Cowboys. That's racist. Ever see Hollywood movies of cowboys versus Indians? Well, then therefore it's racist. So the label cowboy is offensive, and former America's team is bigoted. Let's change the name, change the mascot. The Colts. Well, the Colt 45 is the American revolver that won the West, quote unquote. Regardless of what a Colt actually is, this name must be reset because that is offensive. It's racist. The Buffalo Bills. Well, Buffalo Bill employed many Native American legends from the reservations to be part of his traveling show. Thus, his name is offensive. The Buffalo Bills must be changed. The Browns. Oof, what else need to be said there? Racist. Who you jiving, sucker? Everyone knows Cleveland is full of blacks, and this helmet has no logo of a dog or bear. So this is offensive. It's racist. Change it. The Vikings. Oh, you're going to like this one, Daniel. This mascot is very white, so it offends people of color. Not to be confused with colored people, by the way. It is squinting, too, making fun of Asian Orientals, obviously. So we must change it to not offend the Mongols. It is racist. It's very white, and therefore it is racist. The Patriots. This transformed logo is much too patriotic. It also still too whitey-like. It should feature an African-American slave or Colin Kaepernick squatting. Change the Patriots logo and the name. Let's change it to the Kaepernicks. The Packers. Oy vey. I don't want to touch this one. That's a Rainbow Coalition screaming right there. All right. You read that word for yourself. I cannot. Is no longer allowed to be used, but queer or gay is. And flagella if you're Jewish. Thus, Packer is offensive and it needs to be changed. It is offensive, right? Is that offensive or is it not offensive? Does that not count? Maybe it isn't offensive. I don't know. The Saints. Oof, 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 oof. Of course, that's offensive. The Saints has a Christian affiliation and must therefore be completely obliterated and ostracized. Christians burned heathens. Don't you hear about that in the Jewish books? Therefore, that must be ethnically cleansed. Remove it. Take them out. Ban everything. Oh, yeah. All right. Next. Okay, so this is a post. You guys will know. The last live stream was a movie called Captain America. The original title was Captain America: New World Order, and ever since, I mean, they reshot it a couple times, whatever. But yeah, they changed it from New World Order to Brave. Every time we hear that word, you know what that means. So Brave New World. So anyways, I titled my show Captain America: New World Order, for obvious reasons. And look at what they put on my stream. You can check it out for yourselves. They put a Wikipedia disclaimer. New World Order. The New World Order is a term used in several conspiracy theories which hypothesize a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. Oy vey. A wiki to validate this BS censorship. Someone sees that and they don't want to click on the video. Where's the class action suit to hold YouBoob and the socialist media accountable? I'm begging. Where is it? And then that includes you too. That includes everyone. I mean, there's one person online, a content creator, that said they would, Blanchard, I'm talking to you, that said they would do class action. I haven't heard anything else about it yet. Let's do it, buddy. And this is from another one. This is not mine. This is not one of mine. This is from Orthodox Wisdom, Freemasonry, the Deaths of Satan, Elder Athanios, whatever. Again, Wikipedia, Freemasonry. Freemasonry or Masonry refers to a fraternal organization to trace the origins of local gods, Masonism, and stuff. Oh, boy. It's a good thing we got Wikipedia to set us straight. What's next? And that doesn't even get into the lockdown stuff, shenanigans. Oh, yeah, this is from my comic. I went over a couple of streams ago. The Native American the Native Avengers, how there's this collaboration between Trump and Obama in my comic book. And here you see, I mean, if you watch this thing at the 10-minute marker, who is it? Yeah, you'll see them actually having a conversation. Okay, that doesn't really mean anything. I just found it ironic that I just happened to stumble upon this. And this is I'm going to share some skits with you guys next week, next watch party for the Miracle Man. So you'll see that. Okay, Thor 70s comic, 50 cents. You see him, trying to. I mean, this propaganda. This is again grassroots. These are little children reading these comics. So. And those children, by the way, eventually grew up. And then you have the older fanboys. You didn't have old fanboys back then. It was just only pure for children, pushing this propaganda, brainwashing these kids. And again, Thunder God, a pagan deity coming to the rescue. Really? All right. I should have had Battle Pope. You know what? Anyways, let me go ahead and put Battle Pope on here as a little reminder. But oh, sorry. Captain America has gone to yes, Slim has. I mean, yeah, it was probably definitely one of my favorites, maybe my favorite comic book character when I was young. My internet. I don't know if you guys. There's some kind of glitch. My internet's kind of slow here for some reason. Maybe because I've got too many tabs up. But yeah, it's really a shame. I mean, they made him a gay Nazi in the comic books in the mid-20 teens. By the way, for those who don't know that, I'm not making this up. They made the character in the comic books in the 20 teens a gay Nazi. Junk. I already forgot what I was going to put. What was it? Forgot. Someone remind me. What was I just talking about? Oh yeah, Battle Pope. Let me make a note of that real quick. Battle Pope, so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. I know it's not going to offend a lot of people because y'all hate Catholicism, or some of you hate Catholicism and the Pope, but it should, because Christian bashing is Christian bashing. Did you watch the Trump speech in Congress? Was that today? I didn't watch it. I saw something was coming up. I wish Trump was running the Lord. Oh God, you guys are killing me. Trump is Jesus Christ is our Savior. Saying, all right. It's interesting how so many people felt like we didn't have any hope until Trump became president. It's like Trump is more powerful than Jesus Christ somehow. Just got to say it. Forgive me for how that sounds, but I just got to put it out there. All right. So yeah, this is kind of weird looking. Let me go and skip to the next one, because these days, I did this a long time. I made this about a decade ago, before the Rainbow Coalition queer thing got out of hand. So this kind of meant something different back then. It wasn't. Now you look at it and you see rainbows, and it means something different. So let's look at this one instead. So yeah, we've got three different representations here. The first one is distinct, diverse, independent cultures. Okay, clearly you can see different arrangements here, right? Uniform, you see black, you see green, you see red, you see white, you see blue. You get the idea, right? The next is forced homochromous multiculturalism, the melting pot. Everyone's the same, no gender. Again, now it means, I made this a decade ago. Now it means so much more, right? Fluid gender even. And of course, the last, as we all know, is what the end result is when we show solidarity with Islam. And it's also the Masonic agenda. Again, one race, no religion, one religion, and one skin tone, one gender, one Baphomet culture. All right. Another meme. Why do they keep racially profiling me? That's a really bad redneck accent. I'm sorry. I'm sure I could do better if I practiced. Why do they feel it's just fine to call me redneck, hillbilly, white trash, honky, hick? Yeah. So racial profiling, if you arrest a black person, it's automatically racial profiling. But to call anyone all these things just because of their skin tone is popularized. Now let's talk about me some more. The Greeks. You guys recognize this flagella? Can't say the other word. Now look at all in his flagella cronies, including what is it? Quarter black. The guy in the top middle, he's 1/4 black. That's what he goes by, quarter black. Anyway, the comedian, quote unquote comedian, who's not really funny, just a jackass. On the right, Greece, he's doing what a scumbag. And the Oriental with a small penis. that was convenient for him, making fun of Greeks. And the other quote unquote comedian, also, I mean, this guy's queer as hell. Just completely making fun of Greeks, man. And again, this is not only one example. This is the standard, especially in the 21st century. Anyways, yeah. COVID-19. So the church bells weren't even allowed. So Greece went from not existing for 2,000 years in Western media, only affiliating with its pagan, pre-Christian society, as we see here, to suddenly being the cat's meow when they wouldn't even allow the church bells to ring during the 2020 lockdown. By the way, people went out, even this second biggest city in Greece, where I was at the time, were out celebrating Pascha anyways, out in the houses, breaking curfew. Good luck arresting everyone. So people celebrated anyway. FYI. It was quite beautiful. The Greek leadership puts annexation of Greece by European Union. Yeah, the European Union thing, you guys, I mean, especially you folks in the UK. Yeah, you agree with me with this one about the European Union and how evil it is. And they really, really oppressed. I mean, flooded Greece with debt and simultaneously stifled their commerce while telling the world that they're helping them and also slandering them, which further puts them in decline by degrading their tourism, the bad reputation. And that's been habitual for decades now. Yep, and the Olympics. Let's start speaking. What's from the Olympics? When Coca-Cola won the 2004 Olympics, it was a historic Olympics. They got the 2000 Olympics, but that wasn't enough. And the slander went on and on and on and on and on and on. And Greece as a nation, went into debt after that 2004 Olympics because of that. Yeah, and we're always being portrayed as aggressors somehow. I mean, tell me again, anyone, I challenge anyone, what evil has Greece done to any nation since after Alexander the Great? Anything. All right. So yeah, let's stop that. That's all I got there. Yeah, sure did. Thank you, man. Thank you for the sympathy there. I mean, this is pretty real. It's pretty tragic because these Greeks, man. I don't know. I sound biased, but seriously, they're some of the nice people I've ever met. I mean, people who go to Greece, they don't talk about, the tourist spots. Yeah, there's some beautiful places you can go to Greece. There's some beautiful places you go anywhere in the world. I'm sure you go to Africa and see amazing, beautiful places. But when people go to visit Greece and they come back, they talk about the people there. Anyway, enough of that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Like, that's news to me, Slim, about the debt. But these days, I mean, again, the lockdown was designed to destroy everyone economically. So that was part of the whole plan, to make us completely dependent on they, them. And therefore, when they say jump, we say, how high, thank you, sir. And whatever they do to us, we say, please, thank you. And that's the whole thing. That's the whole point. Crush us, destroy us economically, so we do whatever they want us to. Okay, so I've got a few more things. I think I've went on long enough. Woo-wee! An hour and a half. Good gravy. Sorry, guys. Let's get to the movie. Sorry about that. Ooh, I had a lot to share. I've got a few more. Let's see. 1, 2. All right, 2 more things to share, and then we'll and that'll be after the movie. I'll save those for after. Let's get to the movie now. Let's see. Let me put this on stage. Yep, it's this one. Okay, give me a couple. Oh, let me play this while you guys are waiting. Sorry. Oh boy. All right. Hey guys, I see you on Rumble now for the first time. Your comments, my apologies. I didn't check in on you there. Let's see what we got on Rumble side. I wish I could share these on. I don't think I can share them on. No, that's the other shame about this. I can't put my Rumble comments on screen on StreamYard. So Missy says, way confused, Nico. I'll be watching. Sorry. Okay, yeah, we're getting to that now, Missy. Sorry, we're watching the movie now. Long. I guess long intro. Not that I don't love. Aww, that's so sweet. Aww, I'm blushing. Hello. Back to you. Okay. All right. So let's get to the movie. Thank you for the sweet comments. That's flattering. All right. Here we go. Enough of me. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Let's try that again. Here we go. Make that big screen better. And feel free to come up on stage at any point. That's hilarious. A black man that can swim. That's pretty funny. That's hilarious. That comedian that I shared earlier actually has a joke about that.
Don't see nothing here. Dog's lost the scent. Whoa, whoa. Come on. Let's get out of here. Look like a dead end.
Uncle Tom.
Oh, Master.
Uncle Tom, I heard the spotted catfish are biting like crazy over at Willow Creek. Think that maybe tomorrow we could fetch up some bait?
You forgot now. You're supposed to go to Bishop County tomorrow and visit your cousin.
Clean forgot. Next day then?
We'll see.
I'm starving to death, Aunt Chloe.
All right, now, sit yourself down. These corn cakes will be ready in no time.
Billy Lincoln says that Marcy makes better cakes than you do.
Hold on.
Well, if I make cakes the way Marcy does, I wouldn't be able to sleep for a week. Marcy's cakes ain't no good at all.
What you writing there, Tom?
Papa just sold off some more equipment. I'm just keeping the records here. See, I just got 3.
Stranger coming. Dogs don't bark like that unless it's a stranger.
Who's that?
Looks like a trader fella. Could be a slave trader.
Here? A slave trader? You know Papa wouldn't sell anyone here.
I think you'll find Tom's quite exceptional. He's more than a driver. Practically manages all the field hands. And he's very pious.
Good. I consider religion to be a valuable thing, nigger.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Much obliged.
I think he should more than cover the balance of my debt.
I need one more, boy, gal. Throw him in, that's all.
I have none to spare, sir. Jimmy, come here, boy. Where are your manners?
How you do, miss?
Bless his little heart, Shelby. This child makes someone a wonderful house pet. Throw it, the boy.
settle our business right here.
Jimmy. Jimmy, where have you? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I was looking for my little one. Excuse me, sir.
By Jupiter, there's an article. You could make a fortune on her in New Orleans.
I'm sorry. My wife wouldn't part with her for anything.
Right, so be it, but I got to have that boy. Kind of sets a place off to have a handsome boy opening the door.
Mr. Haley, I would ask you, sir, not to take the boy from his mother.
Hell, it's easy done. Give me some earrings. She won't make no fuss. I'm in trouble with you Kentucky folk is you spoil your niggas. Throw in the boy, clear your debt.
I don't believe it. Oh, yes, ma'am. He's a trader man from New Orleans, and he's looking to buy him.
Oh, you foolish, foolish girl. As if we'd sell any of our servants. Oh, that's a good girl. Now cheer up. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, that's it. Oh, that feels good. Oh.
Can't help it, Emily. We're in no position to maintain this larger house.
Tom. You already promised to give him his freedom one day.
Sorry, he goes. And so does Liza's little one.
Jimmy?
Listen, this fella told me I could get a large sum of money for Eliza, too, and I refused.
How am I supposed to tell her we have sold her child?
It's done, Emily. Already signed the bill of sale. There's no point in going on about it.
Liza, has the boy took sick?
I'm running away.
No.
I got to. They sold my little Jim.
Oh, that's just crazy.
It is not. It's the truth. I heard it myself. They sold him. That man who was here today is taking possession tomorrow morning, and that's not all. He sold you too, Tom. He sold you too. What? He sold you, Tom. It's for a debt. They need the money. They got to sell you or lose everything else.
Never. You say never.
I'm leaving. I sure ain't gonna let him take my boy away.
What about your husband, Eliza? You can't leave him.
George ran off.
George run away?
His master, Mr. Willis, got so mean he took to beating him every day, so he ran off.
Where?
Canada. I'll be headed the same way.
Tain't right. Tain't none of it right.
I have to go right now. You got to go too, Tom.
I can't go.
Got to.
If I go, then everybody here gets sold. And I can't do that. I can't let that happen.
She's gone. Eliza, she took off with the boy. Thank God.
Now you tell me what the devil is going on here. Sir. As Mrs. Shelby is present, I will ask you to observe something of the decorum of a gentleman. Now you get me a horse. You get me a horse now. I am going after that witch. Very well.
Hey, Sam, we gotta slow things down. Well, now, you know what, Andy? Old Dobie boy here be looking mighty skitterish this morning. I sure hope you're ready for the job.
Come on, boy. Look alive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You got all day.
never done this before. I'm sorry. What you staring at? You get yourself ready to leave, boy. Because I'm coming back for you just as soon as I catch this here winch. You understand?
Run, Jimmy. Come on, quick.
There she is. Get in that water. Get in that. What up? Hang on. Praise the Lord. Tom Mocha. Tom Mocha's itch. Providence. Darn if it ain't. Who's your friend?
It's my partner, Mark.
Well now, gents, got a nice proposition for you. This here winch lit out with my property. Took her son across the river. I want it back. Bring him back to me, 10% on the profits.
$50 flat down.
It's unreasonable. 40.
I know the catching trade. $50 fair enough.
On Loker, got yourself a deal.
Papa, they're coming back right now.
They got Eliza?
She ain't with them, Papa. Lord be praised.
If I only know where you was going. That downriver place, ain't nobody ever returned from there.
Hush now, Chloe. I'm coming back. As soon as the Shelbys get the money, they'll redeem me. They promised.
They owed it to you already.
Well, you can thank the Lord it's me being sold and not the children.
Well, I don't take much comfort in that.
Here now, Chloe. God is still looking on.
I love you so much.
See, that's what I carry with me. And they can't steal that. Can't nobody steal that. Out of the depths have I cried unto thee, O Jehovah. Lord, hear my voice. Let thine ear be attentive to the voice of my supplications. If thou
Come on, boy, get in the wagon. Come on, get in that wagon.
Tom, I'm sorry. Mr. Shelby, he just couldn't face you.
Will you please tell Master Christopher goodbye for me?
I assure you, sir, this sort of precaution is entirely unnecessary.
Damn, I lost $500 on this place already. Ain't taking no more risks.
All right. I love you. I love you. I love you all. Take good care of your mama.
Tell you right now what I tell all my niggas. Treat me fair, I treat you fair. Don't you be trying none of your tricks now, because I'm on to every one of them. I got an iron fist to prove it. Just sit back, don't do nothing.
Quick! Get behind this tree.
You there, can I help thee? Dear God. Oh, that poor creature. Whoa.
Tom! Uncle Tom! I just got back home and they told me what happened. Oh, it's dirty mean, Tom. If only I was going, I'd stop them somehow.
I know you would.
Chains? Oh, Tom, what have they done to you? Where is he? Where's that dirty traitor? I'll knock him down.
No. You could make it worse for my family and for yours.
Look here. I brought you my lucky silver dollar. Aunt Chloe told me to put a hole in it for a string so you can tie it around your neck. Keep it out of sight or they'll take it away from you.
Bless your heart. I will.
I'm coming after you, Tom. I'm gonna bring you back. I swear to God I will.
I know you will.
Get on out of here. Go on.
How can you chain people up like cattle? Have you got no shame?
Ain't no worse than folks who sell them. Just a business.
A dirty business. Don't forget, I'll bring you back, Tom. I swear I will. I will. I promise. I truly do.
Simeon, I didn't expect thee back until...
I found two children of God.
What?
Slaves. They're weak from hunger. Now help me, please.
We
Hurry.
must hide them, Simeon. They'll be looking for them.
Oh, yes, of course. We'll keep them here. And I will ask God and the elders for guidance.
Keep it moving back there.
Papa, why must they wear chains?
Was to keep them from running away.
Who would blame them for trying?
All right, you take care. So long. How to invest in
By and by, stand the storm. Won't be long. We'll anchor by and by. My ship is on the ocean. We'll anchor by and by. King Jesus is my captain. We'll anchor by and by.
Good morning.
Morning.
What are you singing?
Song my mama taught me.
It's awfully pretty.
Glad you like it. Want a whistle?
A whistle?
Give it a try. Go ahead, it won't hurt you. There you go.
It's like a bird.
Ain't it though?
Where'd you get it?
Made it.
My name is Evangeline St. Clair,
It's a beautiful name.
but everyone calls me Eva.
My name is Tom.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Someone's gonna buy me, but I don't know who.
My papa could buy you,
I don't think that's likely.
and we'd have some really good times together.
Your papa? Well, I guess if it's anything like you, I know I would.
I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask him this very day.
Careful now, Miss Ed. Helper! Helper! Helper!
Eva! Help her! Help her! It's my daughter! It's my daughter! Eva! Eva! Hold on to me! Eva! Oh, God, please help her! Help her! Throw me a rope! Oh.
I thank God I deal only in first-class slaves. Best stock money can buy.
Matter of fact, my little girl feels that this man has admirable qualities.
That he does.
Therefore, I was wondering just how much you were prepared to cheat me.
Well, sir, if I was to say 1,300, you'd be a lucky man.
1,500. That's out of your great respect for me.
Exactly. Take a nigga his heft and build worth considerable more. And listen, not only can he read, he's got tolerable brain.
You got his papers?
Yes, sir, right here. Signed by previous owner, Mr. Shelby.
Tom, can you drive a team?
I'm used to him.
Well, I'll start you out on coats, that girl. That way you can only get drunk one night a week.
I never drink, sir.
Oh, really? You're a more fortunate man than I am.
You're gonna like it with us, Tom. Papa's good to everyone. Tom, it's a new life, Tom. A new life.
Does he still think then of going to Canada? Oh, yes. I must. Here. I have some tea for you.
Thank you. You're very kind, all of you. I never met folks like you before.
Excuse me, ladies. I do not mean to intrude, but I do believe I have good news for thee.
For me?
Did thee say thy husband's name is George?
It is.
There's a man staying in the house of a Mr. Wilson in Rootersville, a very good man. I do believe thy husband has been hiding there.
George? Well, is he there now?
No, this man who may be your husband has arrived at the settlement.
Oh, Lord.
He's right here.
Oh, George. Oh.
Augustine, can you hear me? What are you doing out there? Come on in. Augustine, I can't take Mammy no longer. Oh, I tell you, these slaves are the plague of my life. I truly believe my ill health is caused by them more than any other thing.
Mammy has been devoted to you for a long time.
She sleeps so soundly at night, she don't hear me at all. She knows I'm not feeling well, and I need little attentions nearly every hour.
Good morning, Marie. Cousin August.
Cousin Ophelia, I trust you slept well?
Wonderful. What I wouldn't give for a good night's sleep. Even my darling. Oh, careful now. Don't muss Mama's hair.
Can I take care of you tonight, Mama?
Whatever for?
I heard you up last night. I just want to help.
Oh, you sweet angel. Mammy will take care of me.
I don't think Mammy's feeling too well.
Oh, nonsense. She's strong as a horse.
Papa, can I have a ride to the carriage?
Hey, Nick. Here we go. Ready?
Why don't you let Eva help you? She's such a peculiar child. Always disposed to spend time with the servants. Of course, I used to play with my father's little Negroes. Never did me any harm. But Eva, she treats them like equals.
Frankly, I wouldn't want the responsibility of having slaves for anything in the world.
Of course, they ought to be flogged occasionally. They get so dreadfully lazy without it. I would take care of Mammy myself, if it went off for my feeble health.
Did Chloe tell you she got a letter from Tom?
Good.
Apparently he was purchased by a fine family,
I'm very glad to hear that.
but he still wants to come home.
Emily, I have 18 creditors done in me, right and left. There is no way I can get the money.
But I must talk.
What is it, Chloe?
A bakery man over in Louisville said he need a good hand. Said he'd be paying $4 a week. If I could go for a while, I could get the money that's needed for Tom.
But your children.
The children are old enough to take care of themselves. I want to go, Missy. I want to go.
All right, you have our permission.
$4 a week. You know how long it's going to take you? About 5 years.
However, we shall add something to it when we can to shorten the time.
God bless you, Mrs. I'll be taking my leave in the morning then. Excuse me.
Aunt Chloe. Aunt Chloe. What'd they say?
Boy, I'm going to Louisville.
I wish I could do something too.
You can, boy. You write Tom. You tell him all about it. Tell him Dave's coming here. Oh, the day is coming.
Ophelia! Ophelia! I brought you a present. I brought you a surprise.
Good heavens.
She's all yours to train and educate properly. You see this lady right here? She's going to be your new mistress. You behave yourself now, all right?
Yes, master.
My dear cousin, I can't.
Oh, you can't refuse.
Well, it's going to be uphill work, I'm afraid.
This little girl has been beaten every day of her life. All she needs is just a little bit of my New England cousin's upbringing, all right?
What is your name, child?
Topsy.
Topsy, indeed. Well, first things first. Hold her down. That's it.
Still,
Give her a good scrub.
Friend George. My friend here, Phineas Fletcher, has discovered something of importance at the tavern. I heard two men talking. They spoke of thee, friend George, and of returning thee to thy master, and of making an example of thee,
George.
and of returning thy child to the Negro dealer, Mr. Haley. These men were soon joined by three others.
We must leave right away.
We shall escort thee.
No, I couldn't ask.
A driver is needed. I know the road. Do not ask, for it is given.
Aunt Chloe is hired out to a baker in Louisville. Her skill in pastry will gain them money someday for your redemption. Your boys tell me that they miss you very much.
Oh, Tom, how I wish they could see you. But how wonderful of Christopher to send you this letter.
He's a fine fellow.
Tom, look over there. See how the light shines?
And I saw a sea of glass mingle with fire. Canaan shore.
Where do you suppose it is, Tom?
There in the clouds.
I've seen them. The bright angels. They come in my sleep sometimes. Honestly. Tom,
Yes?
I'm going there.
What? What are you talking about?
I am going there, Tom. I am.
How old are you?
Don't know.
Who is your mother?
Never had none.
Where were you born?
Never was born. I was raised by a speculator.
A what?
Speculator. He buys them up cheap when they's little.
Oh, Topsy. Have you ever heard about God? Do you know who made you?
Nobody, as a knows of.
We are going to have our very first lesson. Now then, what's that? My ribbon. That I keep on my dresser. You stole it.
Me? No, Mrs. That ribbon must have cut up in my sleeve. I never did see you till this blessed minute.
Stand up. What else have you stolen? If you confess, I won't whip you this time. Well?
I stole Miss Eva's red thing she wears around her neck.
Her necklace. You bring it here, now.
On Ophelia. I just thought I heard someone crying out.
This wicked, wicked child has stolen your red necklace.
But that isn't possible. I have it on.
Why in the world did you tell me you stole it?
Because you wanted to know what I took, and I just couldn't think of anything. So to please you, I made up the red thing.
What am I to do with you?
Whoop me, ma'am. Oh, no. No, you mustn't. You...
My dear, my dear. Are you all right? Oh. I shall return this ribbon that you stole from me to my dresser. But we shall certainly keep a sharp eye on you in the future.
Topsy, why do you need to steal? Need to? I'd rather give you anything of mine than have you steal it. You would? Here. Take it. I give it to you. Don't want to know ways.
Hold it, Master Sinclair. Hold it, Master.
Whoa, kitty girl. Whoa. Whoa, girl. Tom, I'd like to have a word with you. As you can see, the wasteful expenditures of this place are becoming quite a concern to me. So I would like you to assist me in the farm management. What's the matter? Doesn't look like you're pleased. You look as solemn as a funeral. What's wrong?
Last night, they had to carry you home again.
Yeah, I know. You talking about that demon whiskey?
It can hurt you, see? It can hurt your family.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to try harder to abstain in the future, that's all. Hey, Tom, I promise. I will.
Kitty girl.
Look, there they are. The men who are pursuing thee.
Up there! It's that nigger! They've seen us. They're gonna catch up.
Indeed.
Then let's stop here, on the ridge.
Down. Get down. I have a pistol. They are welcome to it, friend George. If there is to be a fight, let it be here on the high ground. May I have the pleasure of looking on? Yes, down.
They're up there, all right. Let's take. Wait a minute, now they can get ugly, you know. They're too scared. Niggas too scared to fight.
You! Down there! My name is George Harris. I am a free man standing on God's free soil. And I claim my wife and my son as my own.
You come down from there.
I'm armed to defend myself. The first person that comes within range is a dead man. And the next, and the next, and so on until the last.
We're wasting time talking. They're worth just as much dead as alive.
George! All right, get down. George, I think perhaps thee had better stay out of sight with my speech of mine. They are mean.
I heard a squeal up there.
Yeah, me too.
Let's take them.
Stop! I think thee have found thy mark.
Get him! Go get him! The devil we will. If you want him in, you can. We've had about enough of this. Now you wait just a minute here. Leave him be. Come on, boys, let's clear out of here.
Ah, good. Thee has won the day, friend George. The wagon is thine. I shall get back on my own. Where will thee go, friend George?
North, to Canada, to freedom.
God be with thee.
And with you, friend Phineas.
We'll say our prayers for the Quakers as long as we live.
But why can't we teach them all to read?
That's a silly question. I haven't the intelligence.
Tom can read. He reads his Bible every day.
But my darling, Reading does not teach them to work any better. And they're really not meant for anything else.
I don't believe that.
You are such an odd child.
Ophelia's teaching Topsy to read.
It's a waste of time. Oh, my darling, look here. One day these pearls are going to be yours to wear at your coming out party. Aren't they lovely? I wore those to my very first ball. I was a sensation.
Are they...
My dear.
Are they worth a good deal of money?
Oh, I should say so. A small fortune.
I wish I could have them right now.
Why?
So I could buy a school. A place in the Free States where the slaves could learn to read and write.
Oh, my dear little Eva. Such a foolish child. You don't know anything at all about these things. And I must say, all this talking about slaves is making my head ache.
I'm sorry, Mama. I'll come back later.
Yes. There's a good girl.
I'm worried about Eva, too.
Good heavens, why?
Haven't you noticed she has a dreadful cough?
She's growing. Sometimes when children grow too fast, that's what happens.
Well, these things always begin with a cough. My dear little niece, Sue Ellen, was taken in a matter of weeks. It was just a cough at first.
Ophelia, spare me the hobgoblin nurse stories. The child has a cough. That does not mean death is at hand.
Augustine, I still say a doctor
And I
should
still
be...
say that you take care of Topsy and I'll take care of Eva. I had no idea that the stock were consuming so much feed.
Well, sir, it's no problem. The land we got in corn is yielding all we need.
You haven't been riding a horse too hard, have you, my darling?
No, Papa.
You know, it's not good for you to ride too fast.
Oh, but I like riding so much. Topsy, it's all right. Come in. Tell me something, Topsy. Haven't you ever had anyone to love? Me? I guess I lost Candy and Sitch. Ophelia could love you, Topsy. If only you were good. Oh, no. Miss Philly can't bear me. She'd rather have a toe toucher. Can't nobody love us niggers, so I don't care anyways. I love you, Topsy. I do, honestly. And it would mean so much to me if you would just try to be good. I do so dearly love you. I will try. I swear to you.
Ophelia?
It's true.
What's true? What's the matter?
Topsy. She said that I can't bear to have her touch me. I didn't think she knew it.
Leave it to a child. They will find out every time.
Stay in the wagon. Keep very quiet. Hello! Hello! Excuse me, sir. My name is George, and that's my family in the wagon. We've come a very long way, and we were told you might be able to take us in for a spell. If I'm mistaken,
I ask your forgiveness, sir, and we shall leave.
Thee will not, sir. Bring in thy family at once.
Thank you for coming so quickly.
Quite all right, Omi.
She's in the second bedroom here.
Reckon the child has a cold, and that's all. Hurry. Give me a moment with her alone.
Really, I don't see anything that ails the child at all.
The cough is persistent.
Oh, you don't need to tell me about a cough. I have been afflicted with a cough my whole life. Night after night, Mammy would sit up with me when I was Eva's age.
I know, dear, but little Eva really is feeling very ill.
It's a nervous affliction, that's all it is. I've had the same thing my whole life.
You see, Augie, the thing is, her lungs are filled with fluid. It could be very serious.
Oh, how cruel. How very cruel. Here I am in the most wretched health. And now my only darling child is going down into the grave before my very eyes.
What can we do? Rest. Absolute rest.
That's all.
That's all we know of.
Oh, sinners, sinners, what you gonna do when the Lord sounds his trumpet? Gonna run, 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 run to my Lord. Gonna run, 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 run to my Lord. Gonna run, 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 run to my Lord. Oh, will you be ready?
What is that?
Tom, he's singing.
Well, make him stop.
He's taking Eva out to the arbor.
Oh, dear God, is that wise?
She wanted to see it one more time.
Be ready, ready for my Lord. Be ready, ready, ready for my Lord. I'll be ready, ready, ready for my Lord. I'll be ready, ready, ready for my Lord.
How's she doing?
She's sleeping now.
Did she say anything to you?
She said that she is sorry that her leaving won't stop our misery.
She's got it, Tom. A child's got the mark of the Lord on her forehead.
I know. And there's something in her eyes. Something deep.
Blessed little lamb. Here, I fixed you something.
I'm sorry. I just came.
You better go in now.
Angel.
Dear Papa.
It's over. It's over now. Miss Ophelia said you wanted to see me.
Tom, please, come on in. I've started proceedings to grant you your enfranchisement. In other words, I'm going to make you a free man.
Lord God.
I'll sign the papers on Friday, and that'll be the end of the matter. You can pack your bag and head on back to Kentucky.
Oh, my
Don't look in such rapture. Have I really been that bad?
It's being free. Don't you see? A free man.
That was Eva, Tom. When she died, she made me promise that I'd let you go. And I would never, ever break that promise as long as I live.
Miss Eva was a messenger from the Lord.
I truly think she was.
Augustine, could I? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just leaving, Miss Ophelia.
What's that he said?
You said he was free.
You.
I mean, I've known 2 genuine saints in my life. I've lost one. And I'm about to lose the other.
Oh, my dear cousin. Thank you.
Free, Lord. Free.
What?
Got him!
There.
Stand in a drunken brawl. The family disgrace.
He's dying.
I'm right here. Heavenly Father, please take this poor sinner into thy bosom and love him as we have loved him here on earth. Amen.
Oh.
I don't know how you stand it, Marie. It's these awful black mourning dresses. If Augustine only knew how we were suffering.
I must talk with you about Tom.
Tom.
Augustine promised Tom his freedom before he died.
If Tom told you that, he's lying.
No, Augustine told me himself.
Oh. Well, it's absolutely impossible. Tom's the most valuable servant we've got. Besides, what does he want of liberty? He's better off as he is.
He does want his freedom. He was promised it.
He simply doesn't know what's best for him.
Augustine made this promise to Eva on her deathbed. How can you possibly disregard it?
Everyone. Everyone goes against me, bringing up these old promises when I have so much to bear. Have you no feeling for me, Ophelia? It's really so inconsiderate.
Marie, Tom deserves his freedom.
I don't want to hear any more about it. The servants will be sold. All of them. It's final.
Topsy is mine.
What?
Topsy is mine, thank God. Augustine signed her over to me.
Oh, that little baggage. I couldn't care less.
I'm taking her north with me.
Good riddance. Oh, of course, I didn't mean you, my dear. Faster. Faster.
I heard it, Tom. I heard them all talking. They're going to sell us. The million's going to sell us. Every last one.
Well now, Missy. Looks like old town's got to move on again. But don't you worry, 'cause I'm going back home someday. Back to Kentucky. Do you know that? Of course you do. Sweet, sweet child.
Gentlemen, I beseech you to look at this prime figure here. Now, who's going to give me $350? $350. $350. Do I have 400? Do I hear $400? $400. Do I hear 500?
425.
425. Any more? Sold to the gentleman in the checkered vest for $425. We got a fine young buck. Gentlemen, I ask you to look very closely. Look at this prime figure we have here. Now, who's going to open the bid for $350? $350. $350. Go out here, 400.
Open your mouth. Wider. Roll up your sleeve, nigger. Yeah. Where are you from?
Kentucky.
What have you done?
Sir.
Work. What work have you done?
Took care of the master's farm.
Don't you lie to me.
We start the bidding at $300. Do I hear $300? $300. There. Do I hear $4? Do I hear $4? $400. $400. Do I hear $5? $5. Any more? Do I hear any more? Do I hear $5? $500. Any more? Sold to the gentleman with the cane for $500. All right, get her up here. We have a young wench next. I'll start the bidding off at $100. Come on, gentlemen, $100. A measly $100.
She's my daughter, Master,
Right,
please.
300?
Won't you buy her too? She can help me in the kitchen.
$275. Too high. $275. Do I hit $275? $275. Any more, gentlemen? Any more? Going once, going twice. Too high.
Please.
Sold for $275 to Mr. Simon Legree.
looky here. Gentlemen, I say, look what we have here. This is a prime specimen. I'm told that this nigger can read, that he can actually supervise field hands, that he can count, and he's strong as a bull moose. Look at that, gentlemen. Who's going to open the business? What do I hear here? Come on. $700. $700. Do I hear 900? $900. $900. Thank you, sir. Now, do I hear 1,100? $1,100, gentlemen. 1,100. 1,100. Do I hear 13? 1,300. 1,300. Thank you, sir. Do I hear more?
1,350.
1,350. Do I hear more, gentlemen? More? Any more? Going once. Going twice. 1,375. 1,375. Thank you, sir.
1,400.
$1,400, gentlemen. Is that all? Is that all? Go in. Sold to Mr. Simon Legree for $1,400. Get up here. All right, we got a strong winch for you this time. Broad shoulders. I'll start the bidding $300. $300. Good kitchen help. $300, gentlemen. Do I have a bid?
A bunch of niggas.
Looks to me like you got a good lot here.
Yeah, good enough. This big fella here, they tell me he's a managing nigger. And he'll do real prime. The others, well, they're used up some. But I never was one for saving niggers anyway.
How long you figure they last?
Well, the stout fellers, 6 to 7 years. The other trash, they'll be worked out in about 2. Used to doctor them once upon a time, but wasn't worth the trouble. Nope, from now on, when one nigger's dead, I go out and buy me another. It's cheaper that way. Hey, there, honey. I wasn't talking about you. So don't you be frightened. I bet you never did have earrings. Huh? Well, you're a good girl. I'm gonna give you some. I ain't gonna work you hard. Not you. You and me, we are gonna have a fine time. Come on, get out of there. Shut up, dog. Shut up. Now, looky here. See these here dogs? When they get hold of you, they will tear you apart. These here dogs would rather have you than supper.
Mouse is right.
All right, boys, get these here niggas down to their quarters. Kimbo. See this girl here? She's yours. Told you to bring one back, didn't I?
Thank you, Mazen.
Come on, little girl, get out. Come on. Come on. Down you go. You're coming into the house with me. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Right chair.
Which one?
All the same. Don't matter. Come on. Come on. You is my woman.
I ain't your woman, and I won't be no way.
You what? You want a beating?
Go ahead. Beat me. Kill me if you want.
Hush, woman.
The sooner the better. I wish I was dead.
Come on here.
Hey, girl. Where do you think you're going? You get on in here. I said, in here. Come on. Come on. You're pretty. You are as pretty as a picture. You know what, gal? I'm gonna make you happy. I'm gonna make you so happy.
What ails you?
I ain't picked enough. They gonna beat me.
Here, give me your sack.
No, Tom. It'd be trouble for you.
What's the difference who picks it?
You fool. If you knew anything about this place, you wouldn't have done that. You take care of your own skin.
Lord forbid that, Lord.
The Lord, he don't ever visit these parts. Not that I know of.
You got a new friend now, Cassie? Mazda done kicked you out of the house, and now you got a new friend? Yeah, he done kicked you out. Now you out here picking cotton like the rest of them. You working in the field now, girl. You do what I say. Now start moving.
Touch me. Go ahead. I'll have you toned by them dogs and burnt alive. All I got to do is say the word.
Now he didn't mean no harm. No harm. No harm.
Well, I'm tramping, tramping, trying to make heaven my home. Well, I'm tramping, tramping, trying to make heaven my home. Well, journey through the wilderness all night long, trying to make heaven my home.
and help me to sing my song.
Trying to make heaven my home.
Traveling.
Massa, what do you want? There's trouble, Massa. That new fella, Tom.
What about it?
He's picking more than anybody else. But he's putting his cotton in Lucy's bag. So am myself.
Well, now, is that a fact? Well, we're just going to have to break him in.
Him and Lucy both, Massa. She lazy. And she won't have nothing to do with me like you done told her.
Hey, I got me an idea. We can teach them both at the same time. Come on.
Lucy.
I didn't pay all that money to buy you so you could just do common work here. No. I got better things for you. I am going to make you an overseer. And drive all the others. See? Now, so as to get you started off right, I want you to take that Lucy and flog her. Good.
That's not a thing for me to do. I never could, never did. No way possible.
Are you telling me no?
No, sir. What I'm trying to say to you.
Boy, you trying to tell me what is right and what is wrong?
That grown woman is sick. And there's no way that I'm going to beat her. If you mean to kill me for it, then I can't stop you. But no, I'm not going to raise my hand against that woman. It's a sin.
Sin? Did you hear that? He called us sinners. Well, now haven't we got ourselves a powerful, holy critter here? You read your Bible, boy? You read the Bible? The Bible says, obey thy master. Well, ain't I your master? Didn't I pay good money for you, boy? Huh? Well, didn't I? Now, you going to answer me, boy?
Nobody. Nobody can buy my soul.
Oh, so. Samuel Kimball, come here. Come on, get here. I want you to take this boy, and I want you to break him in good, so as he'll never forget. Oh, go on. Go on, get on with your work. Go on.
See his light. I see his light. I see his light.
What you're trying to do is no use. You're in the devil's hands, and there's no way out. There's no way out. There's not a white person from my house who could testify if you was torn up by them dogs or burnt alive. I know. I've been under his boot for 5 years.
I know you suffered. There's many have suffered like Jesus long ago.
You lying here all beat up and you talk about Jesus.
Yes. Oh, yes. I'll be all right.
Tomorrow, I'll bring you something to eat.
I'll be all right someday. Oh, if in my heart I do not yield, I'll be all right someday.
Oh, well, now. You come back in again, have you?
And I'll have my own way this time.
Now, either you behave yourself or you stay outside there with the others.
I'll do as I please.
Come on, hey. Listen, why can't we be friends again like we used to be? Eh? You remember that? Come on, man. Come on.
When was that? You ever?
Cassie, you take care now. You behave decent now.
You talk about me behaving decent when you beat up the best field hand you got in the middle of the picking season. That man won't be no good to you at all for weeks.
I know. Sometimes maybe my temper does get the better of me. I do know that. Still, I am going to break that nigger.
Never.
He will give up if I have to tear apart every bone in his body. You'll see.
Miss Cassie? Please, oh please, isn't there some way we can get away from here?
No place but the grave.
Last night he made me...
I know. I know what he does. There ain't nothing about him I don't know. Take the brandy. It'll make things easier when he comes at you again.
Think of it. Only 24 hours to freedom.
I still don't look like a man. Jimmy.
Lord, look at this boy.
Does thee find him well disguised?
Too well, Mrs. Smythe.
Oh, I'm sorry. But it is said in the village that the slave catchers might try to stop a Negro couple with a small boy if they go to cross the river into Canada. Indeed, they will not see them.
Come on. Don't be afraid. Get behind me. Don't speak. Don't look. Just keep walking.
We in Canada, Liza. We're free. Don't look back. Don't ever look back. We got no money. We got no roof over our heads. Any fields to work. And I feel like we own the world. We did it, Jimmy. You hear me, son? We're free. We're free.
In the morning when I rise, give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. You can have all this world, but give me Jesus.
Rest easy now, Lucy.
Tonight.
What?
When he's sound asleep, I'm gonna give him enough brandy to keep him out all night. And there's an axe in the cellar, and I'll have the door to his room open. You can do it, Tom. He deserves to die.
Would you sell your soul to the devil for that?
What you want me to do? Pray some more? Well, I can't even pray. See, all I can do is hate and cuss. Don't you see, Tom? That's all that's left inside me. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Be still, daughter. You run. Run for your life. Because without faith, you'll not survive this hell. God be with you.
But you said we can't make it. You said there's no escape in the woods.
We won't be in the woods.
Where are we going to be?
Here, right here.
Oh, I don't understand.
Upstairs in the garret. It's over the house. You won't go near that place. He's scared.
Why?
One night he killed somebody up there. And ever since then he hears voices and noises in his head. We be safe there.
For how long, though?
Not long enough. He'll get them dogs out and put on a big search for us. When they think we've disappeared and the search is over, we'll escape.
Now?
No.
But they'll see us.
I want them to see us. They'll chase us to the woods and we'll circle around and come back to the house.
Oh, Cassie, you got it all planned. I don't know if I can do it.
You can do it. You better do it.
He's gone. He's gone.
Who's gone?
Miss
Cassie, Miss Emmy. He's going off in them there woods.
$5. $5 for the one who catches him first. Now you get going, boy. Yes. Go on, boy. You get him. You get him, boy. Go on. Go.
We've been here before. Huh? We making circles. Them dogs leading us back to the house.
You're right. These dogs have lost the scent. Those gals, they gonna know. Come on, bring them this way. Come on.
Go to the house and get them torches. I'll be out of here half
What are we doing in this sitting room? We gotta get back up to the garret. It's dark already.
We got plenty of time. As long as the Greek thinks we still out there, he'll track us down till we drop. Right now, I'm looking for something to pay for our passage. Money.
You steal from him?
He stole it, didn't he? Off our sweat. Well, he won't see this money again. Now, let's get some food and go to the garret.
You sure he won't go up there?
I told you. He's scared. Ghost.
Miss Cassie, if when we get away, don't leave me.
Oh, dear child.
Hush, dog. Quiet, boy. Go to sleep right now.
Master, I'm gonna put the dogs down for the night.
He's back.
Where we find him?
Come on.
Come on. Tell him.
Quick, quick.
Get out there.
Well, now, here he is. Good morning to you, Tom. You have a good sleep? Or like me, were you worrying about them two gals? I have made up my mind that I'm going to kill you, lest you tell me what's happened to them. Now, maybe you don't believe me. Maybe you think that your master wouldn't throw away that kind of money. But I assure you, boy, I am sincere. Sincere. So, you hear me? So now you speak up. Come on, speak up, huh?
Nothing to tell.
Boy, I have counted the cost. And I am determined to break you once and for all right now. I am going to take
every drop of blood you got. I asked you, do you hear me?
Well, you take my blood. That is nothing. No. You can hurt me no more.
Well, we'll see.
Master, he there gone. Ain't no use to go on.
Yep. I do believe he's done for you. Well, at least it's stopped his mouth from preaching, and that is a comfort.
Kimbo, I think we done a wicked thing. Because I ain't never felt like this before. Oh, we done near killed him. He breathing. Oh, Lord Jesus, forgive us. Cut him down.
Come on.
I wish to speak to Mr. Legree.
Miles in the house.
Well, take me to him.
Mauser, there's somebody here.
Wait.
My name is Christopher Shelby. I understand that you purchased a man by the name of Tom from an auction. He used to belong to my father, and I'm here now to buy him back. I fail to see the humor in this request.
What do you want with him? That nigger is a curse to the world. Got my two gals to run away. $800 will just run away. And just stood there as though he had nothing to do with it. Well, sir, I'll tell you. He's got himself a flogging now. This'll kill him yet.
Where is he? He in the shanty, sir. I'll show you.
You shut up.
Take me there. I said, take me. Tom? Oh my God, Tom! It's me, Christopher. Don't you recognize me?
Chris? It's you? Oh, Lord.
What have they done to you, Tom? I'm here to buy you back, Tom. I'm gonna take you home.
Oh.
That's right.
Can't do that now. Going through the glory now. You tell Chloe. Tell her that I love her.
I will, Tom. I surely will. Only you can tell her yourself. Tom? Tom, please don't. Don't die now, Tom.
I'm free. I'm free.
Tom? Now be careful now. Careful. I want you to know I'm going to report this to the first law officer I see.
Well, now you do that. Who you gonna have as a witness? What's all the fuss about? Just one more dead nigger?
You put chains on all your slaves, sir?
Yes, huh?
Well, I ain't got no chains on right now, and neither do you.
What you talking about?
This! Oh!
Oh!
Uncle Tom was right. Only his body died at the hands of Simon Legree. Tom's spirit rose out of the pages of Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel to agitate the conscience of a nation. A war was fought. The black people were legally freed. Today, 120 years later, the battle for true freedom still continues.
Stand the storm, it won't be long. We'll anchor by and by. Stand the storm, it won't be long. We'll anchor by and by. My ship is on the ocean. We'll anchor by and by. King Jesus is my captain. We'll anchor by and by. Well, I'm tramping, trying to make heaven my home. Well, I'm tramping, trying to make heaven my home. Journey through the wilderness all night long, trying to make heaven my home. Come on, children, help me to sing my song. Oh, trying to make heaven my home.
Wow, that was yeah, I don't know what to say. Another great movie. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to ruin it. That was really moving. That was a powerful movie. I loved it all around. I really did. Production value. I mean, maybe a couple actors, a couple of moments weren't the greatest. Maybe a couple of musical scores weren't, 10 out of 10, but I thought it was great. Good writing. Some moments, a couple loopholes, plot loopholes, but whatever. I mean, I thought this was really a brilliant movie all around. What'd you guys say on a scale of 1 to 10? How would you rate this movie? I don't want to say what I would think. I don't want to sway your opinions, but yeah, you probably guess what I think of it. I don't know. I mean, I've got let me see. Yeah. All right. So I had a couple of comedy routine skits that I wanted to share. I think I'll skip that. In fact, I'll do this instead. I'll share this guy's link so you guys can watch it on your own. That's in the chat. So I'll skip sharing those links. Like I said, I don't want to kill the moment, kill the mood. Link more about 60s black TV shows, but you guys know the drill, the story, the truth. What else do we have? Christ over culture. Oh. All right. This is Blanchard and Keisha. I had this I wanted to share too. I didn't. I should have shared that earlier. All right. So maybe I'll share one thing. I really hate to kill the mood, but I don't want to leave this out. And I really want to leave the racism thing for the most part. Okay, yeah, no worries, Slim. Yeah, so yeah, I should have shared this at the beginning, but let's go ahead and share it because this is some important. There's a couple of really significant points that they make that I want to share with you guys. So let me go ahead and do that. Let me while I'm doing that, sorry for the third time. This time eater, dead air killer clip. My apologies. Yeah, I gotta say that little video that I'm showing, that's a pat myself on the back. It's a good idea. I just gotta change that video, make it less annoying. That broken TV sound is just like so. I gotta change that, fix it a bit or something. Anyway, all right. So this is Blanchard. This is his show. He's featuring Keisha from her channel, her show on his channel, and they're talking about someone. These figures I'm not really too familiar with. They've introduced. I don't know who these folks are. You might recognize them yourself, but at any rate, let me make this bigger. Why is that? Oh, okay, 1 second. That's better. All right, so let's see what they have to say. If I can, there we go.
More than medicine and talk therapy. That requires justice. Healing cannot happen without justice, because we'd love that to be it, because all they do is put a code in the DSM and figure out how to get paid for injuring us. Are you following?
Put a code for the DSM. Was that the DSM 6 yet, by the way? Was still DSM 5. And figure out how to get paid for injuring us. All right, so they'll comment more on this.
Ooh. Healing cannot happen without justice? So what if something happens to you and you don't get justice? So what? So if something traumatic, like truly traumatic, I'm not saying that, some white person don't like me. Oh, I'm triggered. I'm traumatized. No, I'm talking about real abuse, real harm. There are things that happened to me when I was a little girl. Read between the lines.
Yep. Did you guys get that? And we'll talk about that coming up Saturday a bit. Definitely me, maybe somebody else. Yeah, we'll be sharing our version as men of that story. But yeah, real trauma. This thing, I had my own, I'm not trying to pick on her, just that she's just like uber exemplifies these things. Send me all kinds of crap. I've had a blocker and everything. I mean, just terrorizes people. So send me this thing about trauma, what it means. I didn't read it, of course. I don't read none of the crap she sends. But I guess this trauma thing is like this new thing for them. Like, oh, I'm a victim. I keep hearing that from others, and I get annoyed because there are victims in this world. But I get it. They're fabricating. They're projecting. This beyond uber dialectics. I heard a ping. Did someone come up? Guess not. Or maybe it's tech issues. Yeah, but it's really tragic that they're redefining everything for it to be the exact opposite. Again, the satanic right uncreation thing. Up is down, black is white, good is bad stuff. There's people with real trauma, and they're completely deflating that, undermining that, devaluing real trauma, people who need real help, with all this psychosis and vileness, all this sinister behavior and propagandist rhetoric. Yeah, so Miss, I'm not picking on you, I'm just curious. I'd love to hear what you mean by that. Invisible chains gone. That's intriguing. If you want to share it, please feel free. If you don't, I don't want to forgive me for putting you on the spot. You didn't have to. That sounds very personal, but it sounds very intriguing. I'd love to hear that story. I'm going to share, actually, you know what? I said I wouldn't share anything, but there is one more thing I do want to share. And the personal stuff. Just to keep things in perspective, keep it real, as they say. Or heard a ping again. It's Slim. Okay. Must be tech things. Let me see personal experiences. Okay, there you are. All right, I'll give you a minute to get it going. Let me know when you're ready. I'm gonna do the video while you're doing that.
There was no justice.
Yeah, she's talking about her personal experience.
So let me say this. So this doctor, I forgot her name, but she came up with post-traumatic slave disorder. In other words, slavery was so bad that it caused past harm and it's causing present harm, and it's causing you physical harm, mental harm, spiritual harm, economic harm, political harm. But if you notice, the cure for this quote unquote harm is justice. Think about what she's saying. She's saying that the only way to cure a traumatized Black person, and they're all traumatized because they quote unquote all came from slavery, is to give them slavery was so bad that it caused past harm, and it's causing present harm, and it's causing you physical harm, mental harm, spiritual harm, economic harm, political harm. But if you notice, the cure for this quote unquote harm is justice. Think about what she's saying. She's saying that the only way to cure a traumatized Black person, and they're all traumatized because they quote unquote all came from slavery, is to give them justice. Well, what is justice?
I got to pause here. So this is again the main theme, and something that I complain about regularly. I mean, a lot of the themes, a lot of the propaganda that Hollywood or mass media pushes, and this is one of them. This idea, this redefinition of justice, at least through a Christian perspective, maybe not a Jewish perspective or a Muslim perspective or a libtard perspective or an evil person perspective, a Buddhist. I mean, I work with the Chinese all the time. They're all about the justice he's going to talk about. And it's not justice. A just person, a Christian person, knows what justice is. And what they're saying isn't it, but let him say it better than I do.
What is justice? Oh, justice is take from white people. That if we really break all of this down, what these people want is to do to white people what they believe was done to them. That's their goal. Because there's no cure for post-traumatic slave syndrome, some shit is made up. And again, I always say, how is it that only the bad stuff gets passed down through the DNA?
I mean, there's people out there with real post-traumatic stress. Of course, we're familiar with the war thing because of Hollywood. I'm not trying to, undermine that at all. That is a real thing. I've got family members that have gone through that, friends and so on. So yeah, I completely get that. But there's also other kinds of trauma where you suffer from, including my father, who was shot by Crips, by the way. Why? Because he was white. He had some money. He was a foreigner down during 9/11. And so they shot him up with automatic weapons from a distance while they're hiding, waiting for him. Shot him up, ran up to him, started kicking him, cursing him while he was bleeding out on the ground. Should have died. Thankfully, this all happened during the hospital. And thankfully, the security guard happened to be outside of the hospital when this was going down and immediately called the cops, chased the Crips off, got him to the hospital immediately, operated on him all night. Thank God he survived it. But half of the person he used to be. I went from being a man that only had all these successes, but helped so many other people. He went from that to being, not able to take care of himself and a danger to himself and all that because of the trauma. Yeah. So, yeah, trauma is a real thing. They're preaching to the choir here, though. And not only that, but they're being deceitful, deceptive, hypocritical, and so on. All right. It looks like you're ready, Slim. All right. Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
I'm okay. You better.
Good. Should we keep on going with this video and then chat?
Oh, you do what you want. Sure.
All right, let's do this.
Why doesn't the good stuff get passed down? Why is it when it comes to Black people, only trauma gets passed down? You all brag about the ancestors. That didn't get passed down? You all brag about your genius. That didn't get passed down? You all brag about your melanin. That didn't get passed down? You all say you built America. That didn't get passed down? You all say you ruled the world. That didn't get passed down? how does this much of your existence, because slavery is this much of your existence, how does this much trump everything?
No pun intended. And yeah, I got to point out this whole genetic thing, white man can't jump thing. Not that long ago at all, guess who won the NBA dunking contest? A white man, Greek no less. The Greek freak. Just saying. All right. Whatever that's worth.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because you believe that white people did it. And white people are your God. Not Jesus, white people.
Trump. Like Trump.
So this woman is basically saying that the only cure for what black folks are going through is justice. Well, what is justice? I'll tell you what it is. It is to take from white people and leave them destitute.
Revenge.
And leave them impoverished and leave them suffering.
Eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, but not even that. We're talking about things that, are long gone and over with. And now generations later, they're talking about revenge when they've had not only all the benefits, but more benefits than the people they want revenge from. I mean, well, I'll get more into that. But.
That's the goal. And then the goal above that is once you get rid of white people, then you can go ahead and rule society with a globalist / communist fist.
Well, according to YouTube and Wikipedia, those aren't real things. Those are just conspiracy theories.
The goal is to remove white people from power and then allow society to be chaotic. Then you come in with the solution, which is globalism and communism. That's the ultimate goal. That's the justice they're talking about.
And they focus a lot on the communism and it being behind everything. Of course, I'm more focusing on, you're either Christian or anti-Christian. And usually I think that this has a lot more, Jewish, anti-Christian, fine. But Masonic roots, and I'm not trying to be conspiracy theorist here. And I know how you feel about that, Slim. I know you think it's just a men's club, even though they make tons of money every day. It's just where guys get together and just play some cards and have a stripper or whatever it is. But there's a lot more to it than that.
But God forbid.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure there is. Like I said, I'm not an expert on it. I never claimed to be. I just said my only experience of it was that.
Yeah. I've had my own experiences. I did tell you, I think one of the last times that I was in a Masonic org myself. Did I tell you about that? No, yeah. Okay. I've talked about it in my testimonials too. I think I've talked about it before. I can't remember when. But yeah, basically it was an academic thing. It was in a university. It's I don't want to say which one, but it's one of the more popular ones. Some of the more prominent names were in it in education. And yeah, they invited me because of my, prowess or whatever, allegedly. Now looking back at it, I wonder if there's more to it than that. I could be wrong. At any rate, so basically they invited us to this orientation, and in orientation they started talking about the initiation. And I posed a question, and the red flags went up, and I was like, okay, so this is a university talking about initiation in a weird way. Let me pose a question quite vaguely to see if she's talking about, like hazing that you hear in universities or something Masonic. And sure enough, she responded, well, yes, it is a ritual and all that. And, all but said it's spiritual. And she gave us the pamphlet for the oath that we're going to say and so on. And it was all atheistic, asking us to essentially denounce God, to be initiated into this, let's say elitist organization, academic organization that promised us the world if we joined. all these opportunities. And so I did that. I played the game for a while out of curiosity. But yeah, during the oath, the very last part was definitely where you denounce God. And I was like, okay, well, I'll just get out of this woman's vision, because after asking that question, I was clearly on her radar. It's like, I'll sit in her peripheral up front to the far corner, so I'll be out of her eyesight. And then, I'll pretend to mouth the words but not say anything when we do the oath. And all is good. I'll pretend to take the oath but not have done it. And so that's what I did. We started saying the oath. And she's, looking up front. I'm out of her eyesight. But as soon as we get to the part where we have to denounce God at the end, suddenly she looks right at me, and not only right at me, she's staring right at my mouth to make sure I'm saying those words. So I freaked out, I panicked, and I started mouthing the words. I was actually saying them. So something I repented about. But yeah, I mean, they say it's like Hotel California. Once you join, they won't let you get out. They explicitly tell you that. And that's, I mean, even though I, in black and white, told them to bugger off, and I told them exactly why, they still send me stuff. And they allegedly responded like I'm not part of it, but they still harass me. So, but I repented from that. And that's not a great experience. I've had other experiences too. Other people that I know won't say more than that. It's quite creepy, to say the least. But from a Christian perspective, there's nothing good that thrives in the dark. All right, so let me keep going with this video. I got one more point that I want to share with you guys, and then we'll get to the other stuff.
Let's continue.
Come on, Blanche. Hit play.
There was no justice. Am I supposed to sit in that? This is crazy. She is telling you to wallow, to sit in things sit in trauma if the other person, if they don't get punished for it. That ain't God. What this lady is trying to do is implement some new type of healing. This is justice healing. You got climate justice, you got social justice. Now we got healing justice. But the Bible tells us that justice is going to come from God. You don't look to man to give you justice. Now, we in America can use the law to provide some type of justice, but ask a parent whose child has been murdered. Ask them, do they really feel like justice has been served just because the person went to jail? There's still going to be a hole there that only God can fill. What this lady is trying to teach is actually furthering trauma, right? Some type of justice, but ask a parent who has.
Yeah, so let me speak to that. Yeah, again, the story with my father, he got on the court stand, and his the family members of the people who shot him up and did all this thing. There's 3 of them. One of them got no charges. The other one got like 3 months, and this is after a string of crimes. And the ringleader was like 6 to 9 months. I can't remember. And of course, the deal. Trayvon Martin, George, they're in there bawling their eyes out. The people, the parents, the family members of these criminals of this hate crime were like in there crying, acting like victims, like, oh, racial profiling kind of stuff. After all that stuff, my father got on the court stand and forgave them. He forgave these people that did those things to him. For this reason. I mean, even if they were executed, that doesn't fix the damage that they've done. That's not justice. Revenge is not justice.
Whose child has been murdered. ask them, do they really feel like justice has been served just because the person went to jail? There's still going to be a hole there that only God can fill. What this lady is trying to teach is actually furthering trauma. It is not helping you heal, because now you're looking for the white person to blame, because all of this is put on white folks. It is.
Yeah, and it's just again, with Ten Commandments, coveting your neighbor kind of stuff. Instead of having some integrity, like Bill Cosby said, pull your pants up, have some self-respect and respect for others. No, they're victims somehow, even though they got more benefits than white people, the people that they hate, that they envy, and they're somehow victims. You know, again, going back to the example that my father gave. He forgave him. He lost everything he had. There's a silver lining to the story. Thanks for being here, Missy. God bless you, and keep your news centered on Christ. Yeah, regardless of what they throw at us, stay focused on Christ. Thank you for being here. So yeah, basically he lost everything he had, but he went through life. I mean, we're talking about the man worked multiple jobs from childhood on. He was helping take care of his family. His father passed away when he was young from a heart attack. And so he had to work as a young man to take care of his family, a big family. You know, met my mother. They fell in love, married young, went abroad to a country he barely knew the language of, wasn't educated. He had to, again, drop out of school to help take care of the family. But still, a little bit of money, had to take care of family, worked multiple jobs, my mother too, to get ahead. All these decades, all this hard work from childhood on, all lost because of his skin tone, because he had a little something. The man was still working 80 hours a week, had to come out of retirement because of medical expenses to build this restaurant, put everything that he owned on this restaurant. And it all was destroyed, obliterated. Forgave them, despite the way they executed this malice. And in the process, after being mad at the church for a large part of his life, went back to the faith, became a very, very pious, ardent lover and follower of God and participant in the faith. So he died a man of God. A good ending to the story. And it's like Keisha's saying here, you know, revenge doesn't fill that void. Christ does. Christ saves. All right. So that's all I want to share with that video. And I've got some other personal notes, but I don't know. Maybe I'll share those. Maybe I won't. I'll take a moment if I don't want to put you in a spot, Slim, but what do you think? What do you think about the movie, first of all? Let's talk about the movie.
Well, it was well shot. It had nice people in it that we all recognise for TV and films. So it felt quite comforting, if you know what I mean, in that respect. But it was obviously very soft.
Yeah,
slaves weren't treated well, were
they? Okay.
In that respect.
Okay. Yeah, Missy mentioned that it was like a Hallmark movie, which I loved. I loved that about the movie, but all right.
Yeah. I mean, the slaves all looked well cared for and had nice clothing and that sort of thing. And it's a simple matter of fact, they were walking about in rags with bare feet.
And what about any other? So you don't like it because if didn't portray
I didn't
slave.
like it. I'm just pointing out that it's got a soft portrayal of the kind of slave situation.
Yeah. Well, I got to say that group from, and they usually do a stream like for you would be pretty late. Actually, it would be around midnight, I think. But they do one evening hours, early evening, Eastern Standard Time, on Sundays. And again, not a great time for their show, but they're all Christ centered, and they always bring them back to Christ or talk about Christ or Christianity, which is why I love to watch their show. Not only have I learned a lot from them about these historical facts and these portrayals of everything that we're talking about, especially in the 20th century, but yeah, they're always Christ centered, and it's really refreshing. But at any rate, yeah, they talked about the slavery too, and they're sharing different perspectives from firsthand accounts, not their own. You can argue it's a secondary source, but people from their own personal accounts that have documented things, or secondary accounts as well, where things were actually not exactly like we see in media for the most part, where, as you mentioned, they're all barefoot and getting beat up and on all that all the time. They talk a lot about how slaves were treated softly for the most part, and how a lot of them were taken care of. Some of them were given the opportunity to work toward their freedom and earn their own way before slavery was abolished in America. So, and then after that, after the abolishment and all that, how they all went on, or not all, but many of them went on to be prominent even in their communities, establishing prominent black communities. So this is coming.
There was different types of slavery also, though. You could sell yourself into slavery, indentureship, where you sold yourself in for 5, 7, 15 years, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
But see,
definitely.
I've got to say, see these things, you have to take these things in their time, for the time they were. If you served an apprenticeship with a blacksmith, for instance, you were sold to the black shift. The blacksmith, you had to serve an apprenticeship of probably 5 years and serve 3 to 5 years before you could go and work for yourself. You
Yeah,
remember the time period they were living in. And that's a white
yeah,
person, that's not a slave.
yeah. Then there's that,
You know
and
what I mean?
the way they describe it, the description I gave, that's what it reminds me of. It almost sounds like they're talking about indentured servitude. So it makes me wonder if, I don't want to say they're confused. I mean, they're definitely, obviously, learned, read people. So I mean, they're not idiots. They know what they're talking about. But I don't know. It's just the way they describe it is definitely different than what I was raised on. What you described, basically. They're always
Well,
getting beat and brutalized and all this stuff.
Well, if you worked in a factory, even in Britain, no, I'm not talking about in America at that time period, around the year 1900, for instance, most people were barefoot in Britain. People didn't have shoes. In the Dickensian period, poor people were poor, piss poor. They had nothing. If you look for photographs of street urchins, as they call them, the original early black and white photographs, you'll see that there's kids walking about the streets, they don't have shoes. They've got their father's clothing on that's been cut off so that they can wear it, and it's tied around them with a bit of string. I mean, that wasn't like the extremes, that was common.
Right.
People worked in mines for they were 11 and 14-year-old.
I hear similar stories about the Greeks from my parents and all that. What you're describing is what their life was like, but that was literally, yeah, but that was really post World War II, where a lot of Europe was devastated. There was a lot of
No, that was
poverty.
pre-World War One.
Yeah,
Year
interesting.
1900. That was before the First War, the 1914-18 war. A lot of people went and joined up so that they get fed.
Wow.
You hear a lot of these stories about how the black people were treated horribly, all the rest of it, right? Now, I'm sure they were. I'm absolutely certain that they were poverty-stricken. The southern states of America, they had nothing. But they never tell the stories of the kids that worked in cotton mills and the factories, right here in Britain. They were working children.
Yeah, that I heard about
12,
actually when I
11
was
years
young.
old. They got their
Yeah,
11 plus at school, if they went to
Yeah.
school so that they could do some basic reading and writing. Then they worked in factories where they were serving 12 and 16-hour days. I mean, it's
Wow.
you need to take these things in context for the time period they lived in.
Mm.
Small
I
boys
mean,
were chimney sweeps.
right. And the same was true in the U.S. too. What you're describing was also true for the U.S.
That's right. We've come on
That's
leaps and bounds in the last 100 years, you know what I mean?
that's a good point. You know, I never thought of it that way. I mean, that's a whole other context that you're describing.
Even if you go back another 70 or 80 years, the Highland clearances, they're talking about being slaves, right? Canada, you mentioned Canada, and I joked about this Here Come the Scottish. Canada was full of Scottish people because they took all the Scottish people off of the Highland estates and cleared them off, put them on ships, sent them to Canada to populate Canada.
No kidding. I didn't know that. I thought you were kidding. I didn't know that.
Botany Bay in Australia. If you were done for minor crimes, you can look these things up for yourself, obviously. If you were charged with minor crimes in Britain, you were sentenced to deportation to Australia. Now, you could work your passage back, but you could spend a lifetime in Australia and never earn the money to get a ship back to Britain. That's how they populated Australia, Canada, and to a lesser degree, America. People were getting off of ships in America, starving, even at the period, the mid-century, 1850s, when the Civil War was going on, and they were signing up to the army because they get fed.
Mm.
That was it. They had no big thing in the fight. They just wanted fed. Now, just Janice mentioned tin mining here, right?
Yeah.
And she's right. Kids did work doing tin mines from 11 years of age.
So tin mining to me doesn't really mean anything. Like I've heard of like coal mining in the States, and that was a big issue. And again, child labor there too, actually. But what it was,
Small
a tin
seed
mining?
mine in a hole in the ground in the dark for maybe 12-hour shifts.
Wow.
We hear people, the victim thing, right, is actually disgusting to me because I do know a wee bit about history. I know my own family and what they done. I've got an uncle. I had an uncle. And when he got drunk, he used to tell tales when we were lads. He's long dead now, right? He was 15 and he signed up to go and fight in that France, as he put it.
Mm.
Because he was starving. He worked in a mine as a child. And he came out of mine, working in a coal mine in Moncton, a place called Moncton, which isn't far from here. And he enlisted in the army at 15 to go and basically sit in a trench for 4 years in that France. And you know what his opinion of that was? He get fed 3 times a day. That was amazing. That was big news that you actually get fed. You know, you get 3 squares a day, they said.
You know, I got to say, to some degree, I actually can relate to that myself, believe it or not. In the 90s, I was literally in that same position where I was struggling to find proper work. It wasn't as bad back then. I was young. I was still able to find work, but, you know, just the really junky jobs. And so I took my brother's advice, and at the age, in my late 20s, right before 1 year before the cutoff age for the military, I signed up for the Navy just for that reason, because I had nowhere else to go. Just like a movie scene, The Officer and the Gentleman. I've got nowhere else to go. That was me.
That was common. That's why it was easy to get people for the army and the military. Because basically, poor people were poor and they were hungry.
Mm.
No, it's all right for all these coloured fellas in America to claim that, 400 years ago or 200 years ago, or whenever their family was stripped out of Africa, they're never quick to tell you that it was their own people that sold them into slavery. You never hear that part of it.
No, well, not. I mean, I've found out about that through the internet because of all these other people putting things that are, well, again, things that are different than what was crammed on our throats in American public schools and Hollywood and all that. I've learned all these. Again, I never knew about the slavery of the Irish, for example.
The first slaves in America were Irish. They weren't the black fellas. They were Irish.
Slavs.
Slavs, white slaves. You know, white slaves were worth more. You know why? We made better slaves, apparently. We were more civilized than them. African fellas. Slavs were highly prized as slaves. And the Slavics, they've still got the name Slav, and it's slave. They were the slave people, that's how they were seen. But history's a load of garbage when you listen to these race grifters, because they tend to believe they were the only people that were ever hard done by, and it just is not the truth. One thing you never hear them talk about is how the Brits actually sailed the high seas and cancelled slavery for the North Atlantic slave trade.
Exactly. Yes.
We only paid off our debt to that, I think, 10 years ago. We were still paying debts to that.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, it's they've sort of rewritten history to make themselves seem like the victim in every turn. But they're talking to people that I've got to listen to these people, whether it's on the internet or whatever, telling me garbage, right? When I know for a fact that my own family were living in hovels. They were poverty-stricken people who were lucky to survive the winter. My great-grandmother had 9 children and 5 of them died before adulthood. I'm not sympathetic to these people. I am just not sympathetic to these people because they talk a lot of garbage and they've got no awareness that everybody at that time period had it hard, really hard.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Like, yeah. I mean, there's a lot I want to.
See on the ships, you hear about cabin boy on the ships. You know what age you could be signed in as a cabin boy?
Yeah, there's a lot I want to say here. I'm biting my tongue, and I've talked a lot about myself. I get tired of doing that. I'm sure you guys. I mean, I had a list of things that I went through. I've shared before, you know, as far as racism goes and all that. But yeah, just this idea. I mean, let me say this. You may be already aware of this, but just for people listening and all that, just so you'll know, blacks in America, they're not all like you see in social media and all that. You know, at least the ones that are made prominent, where you know they're racist, they're stupid, they're being hypocritical, and saying all these CRT things or DEI things or whatever the woke things. At least, and then the blacks that I know, I've even had a black friend who was he went to the black college and all that. He was all kinds of, let's say, liberal, but even he was not saying stuff like that. So it's just for me, this is a movement that's from the top down, and yes, to some degree bottom up, but that bottom up is just really, I don't know, the riffraff, what they call the inner city, the people that are impoverished, have a very low opinion of themselves, and therefore project all of that self-loathing onto others. They grab onto this propaganda because it suits them, it benefits them, and they start, you know, spouting it, parroting it, and then they're the ones that get pushed through these. I mean, look at this crazy stuff, and that's what becomes viral. And in the process, there's this portrayal like all black people sound like that, when that's not the case at all. I just want to make that clear.
No, well, it's just show you're going to talk. You talk about things you know about, right? So that's natural.
Yeah.
I'm going to type into my computer street urchins, London 1900s, right? Street urchins, it's a common word at that point.
I'm not sure. The Islamic world. Let me put this up here. Yes. Period. Yeah. Yeah, to this day too. I mean, just recently, I can't remember. I've got let's see, 10 days. The Ides of March, by the way. I got it from Saudi Arabia. Yeah, look at that. You know,
Can you see that?
yes.
Barefoot.
Wow. You know, you could also share if you can. You can't get it on your computer, huh?
Well, I'm using the tablet at the moment because I
right.
have a problem with the sounds in that. If I'm no, there's a
All right, no
collection
worries.
of photographs there, right?
Yeah.
There's a nice one. Don't know how well you see this.
Wow.
What do you
I
see
mean,
on that? I don't know what you see because I've had to turn it around.
as tacky as it sounds, they actually look adorable. Forgive me for saying that.
Oh, they're cute, but look at them. I mean, they're wearing clothes that stop at the knees and they're in tatters.
Yeah.
You know
It
what I
is
mean?
sad. Yeah.
And I'm sick of hearing these people say, "Oh, we've had it hard." They've had everything, is what they've had, and they've had it all handed to them on a plate, and they're still walking about green. See, at the same time period that they're talking about, no, that's 1900, right? My grandfather
Wow.
was born about that period. I mean, he's dead now, right? But he worked in the docks when he was 14-year-old. He worked as a docker when he was 14-year-old.
Not easy work, I'm sure. Like, imagine there was a lot of weight being thrown around on a
A
regular
lot of
basis
people
for him.
killed.
Wow.
This is it. They make out like their life is hard, right? Or these, when they've had everything handed to them. But you're working in the docks and big loads are swinging about and deck hatches are swinging about and the ships going up and down and the cranes are swinging. There's people killed every month. Even with my father, when I was a child, it was 2 or 3 a year were getting killed in the Govan docks. And that was in the 60s, in the 70s.
No
I
kidding.
mean,
I'm sorry I'm laughing. I just didn't
things have
expect
changed
that.
a lot in a short time, and these people forget that.
Uh,
And I didn't try to go back. I went to a time when there was a camera, that I knew there'd be a camera right within living memory. There's another one, look. Some of them have actually
yeah.
got shoes.
I mean, even in my lifetime, yeah. I mean, even in my lifetime, I can remember when, people had one car, they had nothing, and they were happy. They're working multiple jobs, but they could get ahead with, people working 2 jobs. You could still save a little money and do something with that.
Well, America was better off by far than the Brits were, right? Even before, during, and after the First and Second Wars, right? Americans had an aspirational lifestyle, if you like. But you listen to these race baiters that are living at large, and they're living at large, and they make
Yeah.
it like, oh, they had it so hard. But and I hate to say this, it might sound terrible. See, as a slave, you had to look after and feed a slave.
Mm,
The population had to feed itself.
right.
That's why child prostitution or that was such a big problem in the Victorian period, because there was so many poor people.
Mm.
It's just
Well, I've been through.
they've got a crazy fantasized view of the world that, I mean, it just never existed.
Yeah, it's
It's a
fabricated. It's
fantasy. That's right.
exactly. It's a mass media fabrication. I mean, I went through that again myself. Not even in the '90s that I mentioned earlier. That was during a recession. But even after that, wait, no, I'll take that back. No, it was in the '90s again. Yeah, I went through a period where, yeah, basically I was working for food, for a place to stay and food, and working a lot from morning to night. And that's all I had. I couldn't make my car payment, and someone offered. Basically, I was considering prostitution because someone offered to make my car payment because I had no extra money. So I get it.
That's more common than you'd think. I've got to say, I've come from a privileged background in a lot of sense, right? My family were keen that we get educated, that we get supported. My father wasn't like an alcoholic, he wasn't a drinker. My mum cared about us. I'm not going to say I had it hard and woe is me, because I didn't. I was a good student and I got a good job, right? My part of that was I had to go into that job every day. Now, these people, I went into a job pretty much every day that I was capable for over 35 years, right? A lot of these people have never worked and they're telling you how repressed they are, and then what? Hanging about the street smoking dope all day.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
no, I've been in. Sorry, go ahead.
They're jokers. I can't take them seriously.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been to the ghetto. I mean, I actually talked to one of the Christian apologists who's actually lived in the same area I did. Let me just go ahead and say Columbus, Ohio. I was in the bad part of Columbus, Ohio, next to the river. And yeah, I mean, literally, police would not even go in that neighborhood. I met someone there. I met her online. We spoke for a year. So I went to her neighborhood to meet and all these things, and spent a couple of months there, and it was all I could do to get out of there alive. But yeah, but let me tell you, she was living off of the government herself, like half Puerto Rican, and her apartment, like for I think it was like a couple of $100 a month she was paying, that she was getting from the government. She's paying $200 for like a 3-bedroom, spacious, beautiful new apartment in the ghetto. Like, man, better, better place than I was living in. And they're playing victim.
But I bet if MD asked her, it was a hard luck story. Woe is me.
Well, I got to say, being in a neighborhood for a couple of months, I mean, she had her window shot. I had a bullet whizzed by my ear. And all kinds of harassment, like a threatening. And it was all I could do. At first, they thought I was a narc. So for about a month, they left me alone. They're trying to figure out who I was. But once they realized I was not a cop, it was game on. So anyway, I mean, so to that degree, yeah, it is woe is me. But the woe is me is something that they create for themselves. They do to each other.
That's why they call them ghettos. Ghettos aren't manufactured externally. They're made by the people that live in them.
Yeah. You know, on that note,
even today, if you look at the riots that happened in America a short time ago, they've destroyed all the businesses in the area, or the infrastructure has been destroyed, even the police stations, all the rest of it. And then they say, oh, there's no businesses, there's none of this, there's none of that. Walmart have pulled out. We're going to demand that Walmarts die here, but so they can get robbed every day.
Right.
So a bunch of people, hordes of people, can go running out of Walmart, emptying it without paying a penny for anything. And then AOC will show up in the telly and say, oh, they're all hungry and they need bread.
Yep. No, exactly.
They create it for themselves, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think I'm glitching. Okay, yeah. All right. So let me share, again, I was been going back and forth of whether or not I should share this. I shared this before, but let's do it again on the back of what we're talking about, just to kind of put things in perspective. And I'm trying not to be nasty here, but let's just keeping it real. I don't like
Reality
this setup.
sounds like nastiness sometimes, doesn't it? No matter how much you try and sugarcoat it.
Well, I do that a lot. I try to sugarcoat things, but you're right. It's not always the best policy. Okay, so yeah, so my childhood, I lived in a black neighborhood repeatedly, but in this particular black neighborhood, I was, I don't know, 5 to 7, 8 years old. Children tried stoning me to death. I mean, I'm not making this up. Black children, just because I was white, literally throwing stones at me. Punched in the face randomly by at what they call the boys club. They're kind of like anyways, just randomly by
and then they'll tell you you're a racist.
Yeah, just right now I'm sure the certain black people hearing what I'm saying right now will call me racist just for saying what I'm saying. Certain white people would be calling me racist for saying just what I'm saying. As a matter of fact, the white people are worse.
Well, I know. Yeah. It's kind of sad.
Yeah,
Pathetic.
it's the conditioning.
Pathetic.
It's self-loathing. It's all self-loathing on both counts. Yeah. Okay. So again, a black friend. He was introduced me to the envy for white people, saying, "I wish I weren't black. I wish I were white." And back then, I didn't get it. I was like, "What are you talking about, dude? What the hell's wrong with you?" But yeah, now I get it, and on every level. Parents told me that one of my friends were my neighbors. Black. Oh, they're all black. They had a cookout, and I guess an uncle, a family friend, or whatever, went up to him and said, "Hey, if you had one wish, what would you wish for?" He said, "A machine gun." I said, "A machine gun? Why a machine gun?" He just grinned and said, "So I can shoot all the white people." It scarred me for life. I'm like a little 6-year-old. Neighbor, yeah, yeah. They basically, regularly got beat up and so on by black kids just for being
They
white.
really need to drop the victim mentality. Surely need to.
And I'm not making.
Actually just pathetic.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm not making this up. Black people actually showed me how to steal. Break into a car for whatever was in a car. Thankfully, we didn't get caught. The guy saw us and ran out, but we didn't get caught. I mean, just not that I wanted it. He wanted it. I didn't even know what was going on. Basically said, "See, make sure nobody's coming." Like, what? And he breaks in the car for a bag of cookies.
What age was he as a kid? Were you kids?
Yeah, yeah. Another one showing me how to steal from a department store toys. I mean, just stealing for the sake of stealing. I lived in a beach town again.
I've got to be honest, right? You've got to wonder at what creates that. I mean, where does it come from? Because they've gone backwards.
Well, I mean,
they
poverty.
were better off in the 50s than they are now.
I mean, poverty does. I mean, not in itself creates thievery, but it makes it tempting. Now, people who have integrity will avoid stealing. Will beg, or rather beg, as a last resort instead of steal.
Many people in these places are genuinely in what you could call poverty, though, in America. They've got food. They get food stamps if they're hungry.
Right.
They get Medicare. What is it called?
Yeah, Medicare. You said it right. That's the best
Medicare.
health insurance you got is help Medicare.
Right.
By the way, they get the best medical benefits.
They're not poor. They're not poor like you see the kids in Africa poor. It's a societal problem. It's got nothing to do with reality. That's what I'm saying about it. Actually disgusts me because you're talking about people that are walking about with the best trainers on, the best clothing, and it's all branded.
Mm-hmm.
My mum and dad, they couldn't afford to buy me branded clothing when I was young. It came to the local supermarket. Those school clothes came to the local shops, I never had a pair of Adidas trainers until I was like 17-year-old and I bought myself. But they people are wearing all the best of gear. They're complaining about it. They've got their nails done. They've got 5 different wigs, and they're telling you they're being. They're not. They're ruining it for themselves. Is the truth.
I gotta address this comment. Forgive me. Janice asked me how to break in case she gets locked out by accident. I'm not an expert thief, but I tell you what. Come to think of it, after watching some Hollywood movies, I've learned how to break into places.
There's a lot of lockpicking videos on YouTube.
There you go. Oh, you may. Yeah. So there's a lot to address there that I want to say, but let me just skip to the very end. I mean, on the back of what you just said now. Yeah, I mean, with the privileges, the NAACP. I mean, the list goes on. Where they get, and I say black people get from the top down all these extra privileges that are explicitly only for them, that white people are not allowed to get, like scholarships, for example.
That's
I
right.
Yeah. Yeah, and so
what is it they call that when they get into college? They got a leg up and get into college.
Yeah.
I remember what they
So
call it.
It's I forget what it's called too. I was just trying. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I was just trying to. It's exactly what I was going to bring up too. I can't think of it now. That always happens. Hopefully, it'll come to me. I got to stop looking. That's just the curse of getting in the habit of looking, quote unquote, looking everything up. Is you forget to your synapses, your brain synapses. The brain is like a muscle. If we don't use it, it deteriorates. And so my ability to recall things is completely deteriorated. I might have some information in the subconscious, but I don't know how to recall it anymore. Anyway.
I mean, honestly, I don't know why. Some people say it's because of the fact they're all living with single mothers and none of them have a father in the house, right?
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Large part of it. I don't know if it is at all, but there's certain
Well,
people that say that is a large part of the problem.
Yeah, these guys too, Chuck and them, Chatter Jackson, Blanche. They talk about that a lot too. The broken home. They say that communism played a large role in creating that broken home, and that this welfare system. Yeah, this welfare system had a lot to do with the Marxism welfare system. Same difference. I can see that. I mean, why would you want to? I mean, I had the same problem when I was young. I was like, man, I'm sitting here working 40 to 60 hours for peanuts and can barely afford to pay anything. Meanwhile, these folks that are not working are living a better life than I have. What's the incentive to go get a job?
So it makes you wonder. And I know people in that situation myself. They sit about all day, are drunk, and take drugs all day, every day. I worked my whole life, right? And I know for a fact that my wages, I don't know how they do it, my wages wouldn't let me do that. Even if I had the time and I wasn't at work all day, every day, 330 days a year, right? I wouldn't have had the money to do that. So how did they manage it?
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, that's I guess that's where the thieving comes in too. On top of just having all their sustenance taken care of, they resort to that too.
It just amazes me. Actually, it disgusts me because I do know people that basically have barely worked a day in their life, and then one of them is a drug user. That I went to school with this boy a long time ago, obviously, right? But he lives nearby. Because he's a drug abuser and he's a drinker, he actually gets extra money off the government to cover his drugs and his drink.
You're kidding me. Whoa, that's modern.
I'd like to say I was kidding you. It's actually disgusting when you hear him. And he was telling me about how much he gets. He was getting more after the social. We call it here the social, right? He was getting more off the social than I was getting working. And I couldn't believe it. And I was an engineer. I couldn't believe the money he's getting handed out off my taxes. You should have taken something off him and give it back to me.
Anyways, I won't say it.
It's shocking what they get.
Yeah, I agree. And
then they're hard done by. They're victims of the repression of society. The people that are actually repressed and suppressed are the people that are out working and only allowed to say, hey, wait a minute, this is wrong. This is wrong that over 30% of my wage packet is snatched off me straight away. That any money I do get to take home is then taxed every time I want to spend something. And then see if I live long enough to get old. The government are going to step in and take 40% of the value of what's left over before my family get what's left. And they're hard done by my arse there. The average working man is far more hard done by than any of them.
Well, I think the younger generation, I'm talking about the 21st century younger generation that you see on TikTok and all that. Again, I'm sorry, forgive me for sounding like a broken record, but it's a fact that mass media plays a very large part in the way they think and the way they behave. Very large part. They're just so brainwashed. And that goes for blacks and whites and so on. Again, I teach Chinese children, and they say the same thing. They're watching the same stuff, and they say the same stuff. You know, I get asked regularly, why are white people so racist? Like, what? By the way, Chinese people are some of the most racist people I've met. FYI. So they're asking me why white people are so racist. I'm like, okay. I do.
Propaganda tells them that.
Yeah, and I take it as an opportunity to explain to them the facts, whether it costs me my job or not.
Britain is such a racist country that now 10% is of a different race. If we were that racist, why would they come here in the first place? They know it's bullshit when they're telling you that. You just know
Great
that
question.
they know it's bullshit. They're lying. You know they're lying, yet they're still lying.
That's epic. I got to clip that. Let
And
me.
they know, we know they're lying.
All right, I'm clipping this, Slim. That's becoming a short, just so you'll know, if that's okay with you, with your permission.
You do what you want. I don't care.
God bless you.
I mean,
That's perfect.
The whole thing is just ridiculous for the ground up, but that's propaganda. Propaganda is never based in facts. It's based on what they can sell. And they want to keep us all divided and fighting amongst ourselves. Especially you voted in, I say you, the Yanks voted in Mr. Trump, right? And because he's taking the huff for the Democrats, he's now getting into all the finances and all the rest of it and finding corruption at every level, at every corner. Every time he sweeps the dust off a table, he finds it's made of gold underneath and somebody's getting a free gold cable at the deal, you know what I mean? It's the same here. And I think they want to keep us all fighting amongst ourselves so that we don't fight with them. Because their milking is dry. We've been taxed into poverty and they don't care.
Well, yeah. I mean, the drugs come in on that, the conditioning, they're just delusional. They're completely delusional. You can't say or show them anything to get them out of that stupor, out of that conditioning.
Even those that are new on drugs, the politicians, for instance, I don't know, they're all full of coke, I suppose. But if you go by the reports, there was a report for Downing Street and for the Houses of Parliament, and there was a lot of contamination. They found, because people had complained about drug use in it, they went round the toilets and checked all the toilets, and they found that all the toilets were contaminated with cocaine.
Are you
In the
kidding me?
Houses of
Wow.
Parliament. Now, these
Wow.
things are all available to look up on the internet, right? You don't need to take my word for it. So even the people at the top of the pile are all walking about wisped up on drugs. We when I worked, we were under constant threat that we would be drug tested, that there was random drug testing available that MD could get, right? So any day of the week, I would have to just go into an office and get swabbed. No, I wasn't swabbed. I can't say I was swabbed. I wasn't victimised.
There you go.
Maybe the one that swabbed me because they were like, oh, he doesn't use that sort of stuff. It's obvious he doesn't use that sort of stuff. So I don't bother. Right? Now, I know other people were and they were caught. But who swabs were politicians?
Right.
Nobody. They're running the country. I was only working in a factory and I was liable to be drug tested, right? And sacked. They're running the country and nobody tests them.
No, I completely agree. I mean, it's theoretically, or it's a conspiracy theory, or allegedly, whatever I'm supposed to say. They're probably all on Drino. You know, swab them for Drino while you're at it. Anyway, I don't know, man. Like, that's a good point. I kind of wonder about that myself. You know, yeah, exactly what you said. So you're saying that you can find that online, like there's actual proof.
Oh, it's official reports. It's no, you don't have to take my word for it. And I say you can look at it. It's like the photographs.
Wow.
You can look any up for yourself and figure it out. It's just, see, I retired. I told you that I'd retired because of the osteoarthritis, right? I've spent an awful lot of time studying. There's a lot of things that I've taken an interest in. I studied my whole life because as an engineer, there's a lot you've got to know on a daily basis, and the technology and stuff changes. So you've got to constantly stay in front of it. So I kind of maintained that after my retirement, and I kind of moved on current affairs.
Oh, joy.
And I call it the greatest show on earth because it's like, see, if you watch a soap, it's got a limited cast.
I
The greatest
agree.
show on earth has everybody in the planet's in it. You're in it. I'm in it. We're all got a part in it.
Perfect.
Just Janice is in it. No, just Janice is in the greatest show on earth.
True story.
It's on
I
every
agree.
day. Thousands of channels. You've got something like 100,000 YouTube streams if you want to see them. You get every bit of information going, and then you can try and filter it down to the truth. And the truth is, the people that run the countries are all talking garbage, and they're all making multi-millions. Right? Now, the Senate in America, how are they all millionaires when they earn miserable wee wages? And they're all millionaires. Can't happen. They're all corrupt.
Yeah.
And I have no fear of contradiction in saying that. It's the only way. It's like that Nancy Pelosi character. Or her
Oh, Lord.
insider dealing.
That's just an embarrassment.
You know there's a site that follows her, right? And you can basically buy the same shares that she buys because there's a mob that follow it, and it's on YouTube. They've got a channel as well. They post on YouTube. If Nancy Pelosi buys shares, they post that Nancy Pelosi has bought these shares. People rush out and buy them, and they'll make a good profit off them because she's corrupt. She's insider dealing with all her share transactions and all the rest of it.
Yeah, that's another thing that kills me. How they're above the law, and I shared that with the last stream. How this mayor walks into this board of education meeting. You know, has got the cameras going, like as you said, theater. It's theater. He walks in, is like, I talked to the judge, and he's confirmed that you have 24 hours to either resign or get arrested. Thank you. And he walks out, and everybody's applauding. What? What? Hold on. Let me get this straight. So, all they got to do is quit, and they're free of prosecution.
Usually.
Okay. And then what? Does that come with a pension package? Do they get another job somewhere else, relocated? How does that? I mean, come on, man.
I think you'll find that they get to keep their pension mostly. These people are supposed to be. We're all supposed to be equal under the law, but these people get special treatment, and they get away scot-free with things that would have you and I serving 10 or 15 years in jail for.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Nuremberg 2.0.
They do it with impunity.
Yeah.
Every time. I've been watching a thing on YouTube, I know, about the lady from Dalton. Have you seen her? The
No.
super mayor. Tiffany Henyard.
Ugh. Sounds fun.
She's making millions off a small city. She's bled it dry. Nate the Lawyer, another American YouTube channel. Nate the Lawyer's been running a series on Tiffany Henyard and her mob. Basically, this is the most corrupt person in America.
Joy.
You can look it up on YouTube.
That's all right. I'm all YouTube and looking
all
things up. Yeah.
Politics attracts these people.
Yeah. It's a good question. What drives them?
There's be money.
A love of money. Yeah, could be.
The love of money is the root of all evil, right? That's only half of that saying, right enough. But they're naming a minute for today public service. They're in it for the cash. Show me the cash.
Yeah. You know,
money.
I argue against this a lot, but you and those who argue this, you might have obviously you might have a point. Of course, you just said biblically, the love of money is the root of all evil. I mean, how can I argue against it? But I have been. But now that I think about it, an example just popped into my mind. My guilty pleasure to try to get away from all these politics is to watch Texas Hold'em. And I don't get away from politics doing that. Of course I don't. But it's the closest I can get. Anyway, and so folks, legends like Stu Unger, and the list goes on. I mean, but I'm saying that example. Stu Unger was a guy who was a prodigy, who was like took the poker world by storm a couple decades ago, and basically just fizzled out because of his drug use. He's addicted to drugs. But the guy was making millions, so you got to wonder what's his problem. Why was he doing that? Whatever the reason why, whatever. This whole, this love of money that you're talking about. I actually had a small taste of it myself. I'm a person that I don't care about possessions at all. So, but there was this one point in my life where I let the murmuring get into my ear to affect me, and I was like, yeah, they're right. Why don't I do things for myself? Right, that thing. What? Take care of myself. Do things for myself. And so I went on a spending spree, and I got this, I got that, I got the other. And the next thing you know, I realized the more I buy, the more insatiable my appetite grew. It was never enough. Instead of filling the void got bigger. And not only that, even worse, people that were suddenly not becoming my friends weren't my friends. They were like eyeballing my possessions, pretending to be my friend. And that sounds cliches, but it was literally happening. They loved my stuff, not me. And that was a problem too. Now my social dynamic got all screwed up too.
Well, drugs have a tendency to do that, I feel.
Yeah, I already saw that. All right. Take care, Missy. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Addiction. This love of money. It is. I guess, you got to wonder how people that have so much money, how is it that they got to feel like they got to have more? But that's it. It becomes an addiction. It becomes this void that eats at you, like Christ warns, the love
Chuck
of
it
money.
on the pile.
A what? Sorry?
Just chuck it on the pile. I mean, a lot of these people, they've got a house here, they've got a house there. It's like Zelensky, this wee comedian in Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
He was a comedian. He was actually working as a comedian 10 years ago, right?
No kidding.
It didn't have a bean. Now he's got houses in about 12 different countries. So this war started. He's got about 1.2 billion in an offshore bank account, apparently. Now, I can't validate that, although I have looked around and it seems to be true. He's just taking money and filling his pockets. Well, over 1 million people have died in this war. I mean, that's what these people do. They line their pockets, they feather their nest, and then they sit about in the White House rubbing at their wee nose because the coke's affecting their wee nose, and he's keeping, I don't know if you've seen him or the pictures of him on the internet, and the wiping his nose and wiping his nose and fiddling with his nose.
Right.
And it is known that he has a coke habit.
So sorry, go on.
I don't know if it ever gets, see the pile, chucking it on the pile of money. Let's Scrooge McDuck.
Right.
I don't know if the pile ever gets big enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's an addiction, just like Janice said. Yeah. And so let me address something else too. Yeah, this listlessness. We talked about earlier about the poor people that are on this welfare, on this socialist system, and how they do nothing, and yet, they get on drugs and all these things. What's the problem? They've got everything. Why? Yeah, it's the idleness. It's this listlessness where it's like a sickness, and you get tempted to dabble in these things that are detrimental. And I imagine the same is true for these super rich. Yeah, some of them work hard, put in a lot of hours. Like I'm thinking about CEOs a lot. There's this idea that CEOs just do nothing and get paid tons. From what I understand, CEOs actually sleep in their offices. They're always working. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I hear.
Some
But
people get paid a fortune, they work hard. Some people get paid a fortune for appearance money.
yeah,
I seen that
and
even
there's
where
that.
I worked. They called them the socialites. They come from good families and they've basically get slipped into the system. And then they know every aspect of the system. And not only do they know every aspect of it, they benefit highly from it because they're connected to these people. And whereas you have to fill out all these forms and then you apply and you need a sponsor, they go up and they walks into an office and they talk to their Uncle Charlie or whoever it is and say, Charlie, I want to go on this trip that the company's arranging to go to some engineering thing over, and they're like, all right, I'll deal with it. And it's done. They just get handed all sorts of things. But there's a lot of people also that work their fingers to the bone and get very little at it. But these things go in everywhere. It's not just politics, it's big business as well as the rest of it. It's like, see if you looked until a few years ago, all the people that worked in the IT industries, they were posting videos on TikTok of their day, my day working in Microsoft or wherever it was. Did you see any of those videos?
No, I saw the nurses during the lockdown, but I didn't see any of those. No.
Well, they were posting
Speaking of
videos.
having time on
Basically,
your hands, sorry, go ahead.
they showed up and get snacks, and then they went to a meeting, and then they went for lunch, and then they get snacks after lunch, and then they spent 10 minutes working, and then they went for a meeting. They were basically working 10 minutes a day, right? And then when that Elon character, when he took over, it was Twitter. He sacked them all. Overnight,
Cool.
he got rid of a lot of them. These people were corporate pets. They were related to this one and related to that one, and really no wanted
Yeah.
or needed. They shove them in a corner and give them a laptop and tell them, here, you're in charge of it. Just do something, make it look busy. And it milks a company dry. But they don't care because their grandfather or their brother-in-law or somebody got them in, and then that's how the whole system ends up corrupt. Governments like that. So they're wee toady pals. You get their wee toady pals in, and then you all figure out, sit about scheming, thinking, how do we handle the expense account this week?
Right. I was just about to mention that. I have my own anecdotal story about that. Yeah, driving a cab for tourist town. You know, having the corporate guys coming in on the weekends and with their corporate accounts, their corporate credit cards, spending, I mean, like several $100s in one night easily, if not thousands in one night, on hookers and drugs, on corporate credit cards,
It's
taxpayer money.
thousands in a day they can do. I know that for a fact. They can do in thousands in one day.
Yeah, and one person doing that. Can you imagine how many people are doing that?
If they get away with it.
It's
The risk of actually causing trouble. I know personally of someone, he ended up committing suicide because he got caught doing it. And there was prostitutes involved. He was selling company stock, and I don't mean stocks like stocks and shares. See things that had been bought in, tooling and equipment. He was buying it in and then selling it to another company. He was pocketing the money and the company was paying for the goods. So he was basically getting every penny of profit after these items that were getting bought in. And it went on for months and months and months. And he was driving. You think, you wonder at them that they're not actually savvy enough. He was driving this big fancy sports car. Everybody's got a normal car outside, and he's got this fucking top of the range Porsche. And it's like, they're not even smart enough to cover their tracks or hide it. They're just, some of these people are just dim. They're dim, and they see a loophole, and they just stick their hand in the cookie jar and they're crunching away at the biscuits and notice that nobody said anything to them, right? And then they grab another handful of cookies at the cookie jar and they're crunching away and they're like, oh, this is great. And then see after they get away with it a few times, especially in big systems and big corporations.
Yes.
They think, I'm getting away with this. And then they keep taking bigger, and then they've got both hands in. They've got both hands in the jar. And then in a big company, somebody 6 months later is looking at the accounts signing off some expense account thing and saying, "Oh, there's a problem here with this," and it goes in a different pile on their desk, and then 3 months down the line, it comes back to the manager of the factory, the cookie jar dibblers, and then another month after that, the manager of the factory is up and says, "Hey, here, mate, I want to talk to you about this here." And he's got, and by this point, the catalogue of cookies is extensive because it takes so long to go through the system. And by that point, they're hundreds of thousands of pounds. And he's got a Porsche sitting outside. Right? A brand new top of the line car that nobody else in the factory can afford. Right? So it's like, they're not clever.
As long as they get busted. I mean, you know, and you're right, it does happen.
He did.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about the Enron scandal. You know, there's a lot going on there, but at least the guys in Enron got busted for their part in it. And it became a big scandal.
Stupidity. They just let him keep trading and trading and trading no matter how much he was losing, and nobody was keeping track of it. And that's exactly the situation I was talking about. Further down the line, when somebody actually does the accounts and some lassie sitting in an office is tapping away at her keyboard and she notices that there's an extra 6 nothings on this account, and she says, oh, we need to highlight that to the manager. And it's woo, you get police pulling out your door.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my whole point though was, like, you know, as far as to answer the question of why people doing this, I mean, I guess you're right. Like, yeah, there's a lot of people that are put in positions to have all this privilege, especially, yeah, when it's someone, you know, a family member or whatever, and they're just getting paid to do nothing. I mean, I guess you're right. That does exist, and those people would be doing crazy things like key bumps, like I said, you know, doing all kinds of crazy drugs. It's quite. I mean, even
a certain character type, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I guess those circles, they would all be like that. I'm thinking about right before Trump started running for election. Next thing you know, they're going after him, sending the FBI in his houses and all this stuff. There was a court case of this guy in the Carolinas, I think it was. He was a lawyer, and there was like a murder involved, and he was in court over the murder. But in the process, all these other dealings came to light where he was like stealing tons of money from his own like company or whatever, the law firm that he found. He was embezzling to support his pill habit and all that. It turns out that basically his son and his wife were shot. Nobody knew who it was. I can't remember the guy's name, unfortunately, but basically, yeah, the guy looked very much like Trump, and I think that was paraded, made it a big mass media thing to kind of usher in this Trump shenanigans. And I was saying that while the case was going on. I was like, brace yourselves for the Trump thing. And sure enough, Trump announces he's going to run for president, and then the poop hits the fan. But at any rate, the point is that, like, yeah, basically he was spending an insane amount of money for legal opiates, you know, the pills, popping pills. Insane amounts of money. So, I mean, I know this is one example, but district attorneys I've seen that, you know, are boozers and drug addicts. I've seen, and I hear that's common. Sorry, go ahead. With lawyers and judicial people, yeah, exactly.
Gambling can eat up insane amounts of money in moments.
Yeah, and that's an addiction too. That's thrill-seeking stuff. Hey, Daniel. What's up, Daniel?
No, but I think it does take a certain character type to get sucked into that and go along with it. Because, I mean, I would be like, I'm the sort of guy that takes one cookie out the jar and looks up, all right, if I take one of these, can I have one of these? Who's all these? You know what I mean? And I feel guilty walking away with a one biscuit. You know, one tiny wee biscuit. I'm like, I should have taken that.
Yeah.
But some people are totally different, right? It's a certain character type.
Yeah. What's up, Daniel? Oh, your mic's not working for some reason. It's muffled. There we go.
Can I hear me?
Yep, you're all set. How's it going?
No, I'm trying to contact you on Patreon, but I can't.
Oh, I don't know why. Let me see
Anyway,
here.
and I want to ask you if it was okay if I brought a friend on the International Women's Day special.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, man. Do you
And
have
what?
my email?
No, I don't. You can send it in the chat here.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and give you that. Just send me an email if you don't mind. And if you have like a presentation or whatever, if you can just send it my way and I can upload it in advance, that'd be great. If not, no worries. Whatever you got. But yeah, come on up, man. The more the merrier. It's gonna be, I mean, I haven't quite put together my presentation yet for that. I just got a rough idea of what I want to cover, but that's all I got. So, but it's going to be probably a long one. I could be wrong. We're not going to watch a movie. It's not going to be a watch party. It's just going to be a discussion, not even a review of anything, just a discussion. I'm not even going to review a movie. I'm just going to focus on, just the one person, and that's Oprah Winfrey. I'm talking about her a little bit. That's only a presentation I'll do, but I'm not going to review any of her movies or anything like that. I'm just going to focus on the Women's Day and just the broken home, the implications of all this feminism, or whatever you call it. It's problematic, as we were saying earlier, right? Why are these people that have all these privileges, these government handouts and all that, why are they resorting to drugs and all these bad behaviors? Is it related to not having a father in the home? Absolutely. Absolutely. No disciplinarian, no discipline. Bottom line. All right. Okay. Yeah, so it's a lot to cover. There's a lot of implications with that. Oh, can you hear me? You can't hear me? All right, let me take you off stage. No, mic's not working. Your mic's not working, Daniel. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Let me try this. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you try saying something? No, that's not working either. Let's try both. Can you hear me now? Nope.
He might have muted himself.
No, he just unmuted. Yeah, it was muted before, but he just unmuted. This is why we don't jam microchips into our brains, by the way. Every opportunity I get to say that. Just, if you can hear me, I'm assuming you can. Just send me an email and we'll organize it. But yeah, it'll be around noon Eastern Standard Time, Saturday. Women's International Day focus, or at least for my part, it'll be a focus on Oprah Winfrey and all the stuff that that covers. Come on, Janice. You know you want to be part of this. Come on the panel. We need some estrogen, because estrogen represented on panel. And you've never been on panel, by the way. So I would love to have you on. So yeah, and then of course next week, a week from today, next Wednesday, I'll be doing a watch party for, finally, pushed it back twice. I'll finally be doing Miracle Man. And then,
really.
have you seen it?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it myself. So, from the description, it sounds like a Leap of Faith that we did really on Rumble with Steve Martin, Deborah Winger, Liam Neeson. That was one of my favorites. So yeah, it's like a early version of that. I think it's from the 1930s. So we'll see. Yeah, and then after that, the following Saturday, we'll have someone from Saudi Arabia on. I'm really excited about that. Nope. Let me see if I can unmute you. Nope, I can't unmute you. You got to unmute yourself, it says. Nope, still not working. It says that your mic is on, though. Can you try speaking again? Nope, it's not coming through. Man, that's a bummer. I hate tech. Sorry, Daniel. I feel bad. I feel like I've got you in prison or something. Purgatory. www Purgatory. Let me see. While we're sorting it out, let me get this comedian back on stage. Let me do one more skit from this guy. Let's see here. All right, let me do a few clicks. Share. Should I take? Let me take you off. Well, I'll leave you on. Maybe you can sort it out. Only concern. Yep, this one. Sure, put on stage. Okay, no worries, Janice. If you can come this Saturday, though, noon Eastern Standard Time, I would love to have you on panel for that. I'm dying to hear what you have to say. You seem like a person that has got a lot to say, a lot of world experience. I'll be looking forward to it. And, it'd be good to have some dialogue, some, different perspectives for a change. I mean, especially when I'm on here and nobody's on panel, I'm by myself and I'm going on and on and on with my monologue, my angry rants. That can't be good for anybody.
Angry rants make a world go round.
I guess. Make something go round, I guess. I don't know. All right, let's see. I think I've got it queued up at the right place. Let's see.
What's that, sir? No, I'm just getting started, sir. Just getting started. I grew up watching black comics make fun of white people, and I laugh my ass off. So no one's gonna tell me I can't do the same. Everything is racism now. My sister claims whenever she dates a black guy, she feels like they're being.
Oh, come on. All right, I guess we're gonna have to watch it all over again. All right, let's see, Daniel. Are you? Let me bring him back up. All right. Can you? Uh-oh. It's glitching. Can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. How about you, Daniel? Can you hear me? No, Daniel's still glitching. All right, we'll keep him on stage. Hopefully that gets worked out. Let's keep going with this thing.
Hello? Please leave a message after the tone. Let's say call a Mexican person. Let's say you call a black person. Let's go. What's that, sir? No, I'm just getting started, sir. Just getting started. I grew up watching black comics make fun of white people, and I laugh my ass off. So no one's gonna tell me I can't do the same. Everything is racism now. My sister claims whenever she dates a black guy, she feels like they're being watched. I'm like, yeah, they're called conjugal visits.
Ouch. Yeah, I'm going to share the link to this guy again. I already shared it, but make sure you guys have, yep, noon. Sorry, yeah, noon Saturday. Sorry, Janice, I didn't see you. Put that in Rumble too. But yeah, this guy's hilarious. There's a couple of them that are like that. That are just there's a few of them actually. I've got one guy who's Iranian Italian who says those kinds of jokes too. It's good stuff. Their comedy is on a comeback. Hallelujah. It looks like we can't get Daniel. That sucks. All right, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it up. I think that's all I got. Yeah, I've got the rest of the stuff I'm going to share. Oh, yeah, no, I already shared that. So the rest of the stuff I'm just going to share this Saturday. Make sure. No, some of the stuff next week. I've got a couple other tabs, but I'll share that later on. That's all I got to share with you guys. I mean, as far as the movie goes, I thought it was good. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was really. What would you rate it out of? If I'm not stop putting on a spot, out of scale
7.
1 to 10. 7. Yeah, same here. About 7. Yeah, I would go with that.
Aye. Above
Yeah.
average.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Daniel. Sorry we can't get your pictures again. That's why I wouldn't jam microchips into our bodies. Thank you, Janice.
Never will.
Amen.
I'm going to sign off. It's been swell. You take
Yeah,
care. I'll
yeah.
see you again as soon as possible.
Thank you, Slim. Thanks for coming up. And do you have any closing thoughts? Any words of wisdom you want to impart?
Keep your chin up. That way you'll see the sunshine.
Nice. One of my favorite songs from Annie, the musical. Yeah.
You take
Awesome.
care. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Slim. Thanks for coming up. God bless you, man.
And you.
Thanks. Yeah, that was Annie. The sun's gonna shine. Let me see. I used to sing that all the time when I was young, growing up, even through my adolescence. The sun's gonna shine tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be a sun. Tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. I'm killing it. All right. But yeah, they sing it much better than I do. But that was one of my favorite songs growing up. Yeah, I mean, that's what can I say? It was a great movie. I loved it. I loved it all around. And I'm gonna watch it again. And I'll release it as a premiere without just the video file itself, without any interruptions and all that. Probably for Friday or tomorrow, one of the two. And then again, this Saturday and then Women's International Day, and then Wednesday, Miracle Man, and then the following Saturday, we'll have Yusifan from Saudi Arabia. That's it, folks. Again, keep your noose, Kinonia, take care of each other. We've been through hell. Why give in to the evil ones now? God bless you all. Thanks for being here. And keep on keeping on.
And to think that this was the cause of it all.